Come on, everyone, let's get for Bhutan! Okay, sir.
10 o'clock. Follow the clock. Media, do you follow this time? 9:45, 44, 54. Ask them, ask them.
Yeah,
Sure?
sure. Okay.
Follow the clock.
Follow this.
This, right? Yeah, correct. Easy. Everybody easy. Everybody. We follow this time. 9:54.
Good morning and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to match number 9 of the ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup. I'm coming to you live from the picturesque UKM Oval in Malaysia. Today it's Indonesia Under-16 taking on Bhutan in what is going to be a crucial Group A clash. It's a must-win for both sides as they look to open their accounts in this exciting tournament. As things stand on the leaderboard, Bhutan sit at number 4 and Indonesia just below them at number 5. So both have played one match each and yet to register a win. Nepal Under-16, on the other hand, are flying in very high colors at the top of Group A with 2 wins from 2 and with a very healthy net run rate. So this race is quite heating up and these two teams will be desperate to stay in the hunt for a semi-final spot. A quick glance at Group B. Hong Kong, China are leading the charge with a perfect 2 out of 2. Rian Sharma, the stylish middle order batter, has lit up the tournament with 149 runs so far, while his teammate Abhimanyu is turning heads up with the ball, already picked up a brilliant hat-trick and is leading the wickets chart with 9 scalps. So I'm just to remind you that this format ahead is a knockout-style semi-final where the top team from each group will face the second-place team from the opposite. So every point counts from here on. With that being said, let's just have a quick look at the toss and come back.
Tails, hit. Indonesia won. Ball first. Indonesia won. Ball first.
So the toss has just taken place and Indonesia have won it. Their captain Gusti didn't hesitate. He put Bhutan to bat first. It's slightly overcast here in UKM Oval and that may have played a bit of part in the decision. So we're hoping to see some early swing that could be in the air and Indonesia will be eager to capitalize with the new ball. Let's have a look at both the playing 11. So both these teams are young in their lineup. They have some good bowlers as well as some competitive batters. Both these teams are well balanced between themselves. And I am Abrar Hussain. I'll be taking you through the action as it unfolds in this important Group A clash. The skipper Gusti will be quite interested because with the toss going his way, he will give his bowlers the opportunity here at UKM Oval. We know that early on the ball quite does a bit, especially with that in swingers. Sometimes they can unsettle the opening batters of Bhutan. And on the other hand, Bhutan will have other ideas definitely. And one thing that has been missing is the fact that none of the batters often we have seen that they settle themselves in. We saw some other teams like Hong Kong and Nepal. The batters really give themselves a bit more time And we can see that once they spend that moment in the crease, they can eventually come back in the game quite strongly. So that will be the ploy for both these teams. So the batters are out there in the middle already to take strike against the first ball. The overcast skies above and a hint of movement should be on offer. And we can see that the Indonesian seamer is really starting at the run up mark and he's eyeing that stump. They know that this is their window, the first 10 overs, with the ball still hard and conditions are favoring the bowlers. So they're absolutely crucial for them to be pitching the ball in the right areas. And the Indonesian bowlers will definitely look to strike early and put Bhutan on the back foot and get that much needed breakthrough. A couple of wickets here, and the pressure will really pile on. So Gusti Gura's decision to bowl first could pay dividends, as all hinges on how disciplined and probing they can be with their line and length. And with that, we are ready for the first ball to be delivered and umpire signals play. Now the best of start for the fast bowler. He was bowling quite far on the offside. So Talva will want to be towards the wicket early on in his spell. Still has time. It's still early days. Just the first ball. So he can still come back quite strongly. The slip is too close to the wicket keeper. So we're looking at that fine nick outside the off stump. Perhaps that's why he's starting off in that line. But for our liking, we'd hope that he comes in much better. The batter, on the other hand, will be happy when the line and length is not quite where he wants them to be. So once again, a driving kind of delivery. It's inviting the batter definitely, but so far he hasn't been able to connect it. Gelzang has taken strike for Bhutan, and so far he's greeted with two deliveries too far outside the off stump, and so far he hasn't been able to connect at either of those. It's a nervy start for both the batter and the bowler, and these two young sides should be quickly starting to come back in this game and make a name for themselves. Much better, but played with a lot of comfort as well. So Kelzang is off the mark, and Delva is yet to pick up his rhythm. He's not really bowled with a perfect line as he would have hoped to bowl. You can really feel the tension building. You can see that the skipper is coming out to have a word with his fast bowler, and they're trying to bowl some dot balls here, and by stacking them, the pressure can really rise. Bhutan batters are also giving an impression that they're slightly restless, as you saw that the couple of deliveries on the off stump really chased after it, did not get the connection. It's all about tight bowling to really bring Indonesia into this game. Otherwise, Bhutan can really allow themselves some time and settle into this game nicely. Shigme is partnering Kelzang here. And so far, you've seen some good captaincy from Dusty. Dusty Gura is keeping the attacking field placement. Sleep is still in play. We are in the fifth delivery now. Good looking drive. Go to the fielder. So no runs yet for Jigme. So we haven't seen those easy singles to come by. So this is smart cricket nevertheless for Indonesia. And he wants to finish nicely. Let's see if the bowler can bring in a false shot by this opening batters. And Dalva will want to see himself in the wicket column. We're in with the first ball, the last ball of the first over rather. Here is Dalva. This time pitch is fuller, but once again straight to the fielder, so a dot to finish. End of a first over. Bhutan is off the mark in the score. They scored 1 the first over. From the other side, we see the left-arm seamer to continue. So it's a good mix to have different kind of bowlers in the lineup. And sometimes the skipper can really have a good mix between them and eventually never allow the batters to settle in. So Dalva's first over was quite economical, went for just that 1 run. And the 2 opening batters of Bhutan have already shown a little bit of a weakness from the deliveries outside the off stump. We'll have to see how they go about it from here on, especially with the left-arm seamer trying to take the ball away from the right-hander. That's when really that slip fielder comes in play. And inside edge wasn't the best of deliveries, and Tilzang fails to put that one away. Not be too happy with that, but Juan Alveron has quite a nervy start, and skipper is having a word with him. That really shows us that the batters are feeling quite nervous out there, because that was a low full toss, and you can really feel the tension shimmering under the surface now. Indonesia bowlers have so far bowled with tight line in length. Much better from Tilzang here. Flicks that one quite nicely and takes that single quite comfortably. He goes at the other end. They're saying that Indonesia bowler have bowled with quite tight line in length here. It's been quite a few dot balls, and so far the Bhutan batters are really being pinned down. They're struggling to rotate the strike, and that's always dangerous in these conditions. We are well aware that in this UKM Oval, sometimes when the ball has become slightly older, the spinners really can come in and strangle the opposition batters. So it's never easy to bat in this wicket. So far, the opening batters are trying to see off that new ball. Once again, a fuller delivery, driven quite nicely, and a misfield. That's not really the best of effort, and it will cost them. They're building the pressure nicely, and eventually it's a pressure release for Tilzang. Gets that boundary that Bhutan desperately needed. Juan Alveron to continue. Much better. Huge appeal. Perhaps there was some inside edge. Maybe the ball was deviating too far down the leg side. Let's have a look at the replay here. It's very close for my liking. Good delivery. A good comeback by the bowler. Yes, that was definitely close. Can't really tell if there was that involved or not. But about that misfield, after building quite a lot of pressure, Indonesia won't be happy with that effort. It was just a push on the offside and should have been a routine stop. But it slipped right through the fielder's hands at mid-off. This time deviating too far on the leg side, so another wide.
Low, 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 stay low.
So consistency is something that's missing from Yuan Alvarin so far in this over. He's bowled a couple of good deliveries, but he was not supported in the field. And just now we saw a wide ball. Quite a good over for Bhutan in terms of the runs that have come. Already they've picked up 7 runs on the board. And Jigme is the batter who's on strike now. Jigme Samdrup is batting with a lot of room against this left arm seamer. So another wide, which has gone down the leg side. Really is not being able to do much with that new ball. Yuan Alvarin is trying to get that in swing going. He needs to start a little bit further on the offside if he wants to really bring the ball back into the right hander. Once again, a fuller delivery on the offside. Once again, we see that Jigme has not been able to put that one away. And Indonesia is quite happy with that effort. We are seeing that after each of the deliveries that the bowler has delivered, we see mid-on running in, we see short mid-wicket running in, and just complimenting him. So that shows that these players have gelled well among themselves. They trust their teammates and are always encouraging. Once again, deviates down the leg side, and that goes all the way to the boundary. Jigme will be quite happy with that one. Picked up a couple of them in this over, and that's the completion of Yuan Alvaren's over. Was for a little bit expensive. He was 11 runs in that over. And easy pickings, as you see, this outfield is quite quick. Anything that travels usually reaches the boundary line. End of 2 overs. Bhutan has managed to put up 12 on the board already, so it's come with a healthy run rate. The first over was quite tentative for them. That dealer just a single, and since then they've gotten 11 of the second. So Indonesia desperate to pick up a wicket here. We have to wait and see how the fast bowlers continue. Big appeal this time. For a moment, it gave us an impression that it might just have clipped that off stump, but perhaps just missed. Very good delivery nevertheless. The ball was tailing back into the right-hander, and Indonesia really needs that lapse of concentration. A good delivery from Dalva. Continue. This time he's on the offside, not really getting the timing that he wanted to. Dalva has been bowling quite economically, just given away 1 run. In the previous over, we saw Yuan Alvaran, who have gone for 11 runs, but don't let the numbers fool you. I think he was testing with a couple of deliveries. He did not really allow that cover drive for Jigme. Found the inside edge on a couple of occasions as well. But that's a little bit loose from Dalva. He's trying to get that in swinger going, but this time it pitches too far on the leg side. So that will be another wide. These extras can really cost the momentum for Indonesia at this stage, because so far they haven't been able to run singles as frequently as they would have wanted. But on the other hand, the score on the board is already 14. So they're still managing to score run a ball, as they've been helped by some extras and a couple of poor deliveries. After winning the toss, Indonesia, who decided to have a bowl first, so far have not been able to pick up any wickets. But that's much better. Dalva almost enticing the batter to play at that, and Kelsen does well to just move his bat at the very last moment, and he survives. The first real bouncer we've seen today. Dalva is in with a tidy start here. He's given away a couple of extras, but otherwise he's bowled well. That's fielded in a nice way. Dive is in. I think that is very close, and it's given. Yes, that is excellent fielding, and it has rewarded them. The dive was in from the Bhutan batter, but eventually that fielder at backward of point done an excellent job. A direct hit almost. Actually, the keeper gathers it nicely. So for a moment, I thought he might have just picked up the gap, but it was well stopped at point and a very good throw right at the base of the stump. And the keeper just had to collect that and just take the bails off. Beautifully done. And with that, we have seen the first wicket fall for Bhutan. Salva Effendi to continue. Kelzang was run out just before this delivery. Good delivery, appeal there, big appeal. Umpire not in favor. We were mentioning that just before this delivery, there was trouble, and the batter just played a square cut straight to the fielder, but the fielder at backup point was lightning quick, and he threw it straight to the wicketkeeper very quickly, and the batter was well shot in spite of that diving effort. And Dalva so far has bowled quite well, almost got the outside edge on that previous delivery as well. So interestingly, now Indonesia is starting to look like, and that is in and out, should have been taken. That was well placed, that fielder, and he just drops it, went straight into his hand. I think the moment he grabbed it and fell on the ground, it just popped out. Just have a look at that in the replay. Beautiful delivery, and almost had the second scalp. He's living very dangerously, and Dalva Effendi has done a very good job with that new ball so far. And we'll have to wait and watch if Yuan from the other end can replicate that. His previous over was slightly expensive. He needs to ensure that no extras come off his bowling. So here we have the left-arm seamer to continue. This time a better effort at cover. Does well to stop that one. So far we've seen a drop at gully, and we've also seen a misfield at mid-off. That catch was really regulation, if you ask me. And this is the moment that could have really brought Indonesia into this game with a lot of momentum, but the new batter finds himself quite lucky. And when the bowlers are really putting in the hard work, it comes down to the teammates who are fielding to just maintain that pressure. And sometimes those looseners really can just allow the batters to settle in nicely. Catching and fielding, especially in the inner ring, can really make all the difference, especially in this format of the game. And Johan Alvaren is just trying to stay away from the stump corridor. He has a slip in play, and he's perhaps trying to get that outside edge of Sonam. Sonam Gupta has come out to bat after the fall of the first wicket. Is yet to go off the mark, and Yuan Alvaren can test him with perhaps that ball nipping into him. Good looking shot. Does not get the gap. He's driving well here. Yuan Alvaren is not the quickest out there, but he gives us an idea that he's perhaps trying to get some swing. He's done a better job in his second over so far, but you can see that the ball is not really carrying to the keeper. So it gives us the idea that perhaps he's not really bowling too quick. He's bowling within himself, and this has been good from Indonesia. They're really encouraging their teammates. We've seen multiple occasions so far already that they're coming in, having a word with the bowler, and just telling him that you can just stick with your line and length, you'll eventually be rewarded. And this is a much better delivery, attacking the stump, almost a yorker. Sonam does well to defend that. So with that, we have one more delivery remaining in the fourth over. Yuan Alvaren has given away just that single in this over. A good comeback after the first over going quite expensive for him. And Sonam has made a couple of good tries, but he hasn't been able to pick up the gap. This time much better, but straight to the fielder once again. So 4 overs have been completed, and Bhutan is 15 with a loss of 1. It's been quite a mixed start. Bhutan find themselves at 15 for 1. They've lost an early wicket to a very sharp run out, but they've managed to keep the scoreboard ticking with a few singles and a boundary or two. But so far we've seen quite a few extras as well. It's not really helped Indonesia. Indonesia would have been fairly happier if those extras were not to be given by the bowlers, because most often they've bowled in the right areas. They have definitely created a few chances which really should have been taken, but Dalva has been quite miserly from one end, and he's asked the right question. He almost looks like he'll pick up a wicket from somewhere, but we have to compliment Jigme because he still held his ground, scored 8 of 11 deliveries. He's looked good on paths, but whenever the ball has been pitched up on the offside, sometimes he's not really timed that too well. That's one area that he'll want to improve on, especially because he comes in as an opener and he is definitely expected to negotiate the faster bowlers in a proper way. He has a good stance and he has quite a solid head. And this time, once again, it's that similar delivery from Dalva. Third man is not in place, so that will reach all the way to the boundary. So definitely we'll have to say that Jigme played that intentionally just away from the slip fielder, and Bhutan will be very happy with that boundary. He has slightly shorter pitch, got some swing going, and the batter just managed to open the face at the very last moment. So definitely well guided by Jigme. This is the first boundary conceded by Dalva, and he's bowling well. And sometimes you start to wonder that if that second slip could really have been brought into the attack, especially with the way that Delva is attacking. Fuller delivery this time. Plays it quite lazily, if you ask me. Did not really take his feet to the pitch of the ball, and eventually he was late to commit. So Delva is really fancying himself. He's creating a bit of chance here. And Jigme still out there, but he's living quite dangerously. And as we were speaking about it, this is good captaincy for Indonesia. We already see a change in the field. The slip was already in play, but now we have a gully and a widest second slip. Beautiful delivery, almost a test match kind of a line and length for Delva. But definitely this has been a good captaincy for Indonesia. We're coming in to see the next delivery, and the batter this time just lets that one go. So signs of maturity here. But as we were saying, that Dusty has really done well by attacking these Bhutan batters. He knows the conditions are doing just enough, and he's not afraid to go for the kill early. And it's definitely quite refreshing to see that Indonesia is really bowling with a lot of intent, and definitely credit to the captain of Indonesia. Most captains would have pulled the slips back after a boundary or like the drop catch we've seen before. So far, Dusty is really backing his bowlers. He's keeping the pressure on, and he's going hunting for that second wicket. And with the way that Dalva is bowling, he's bowling quite tightly from one end. So this field placement makes perfect sense, and every ball is really a chance that this setup brings in. So he's completed his third over. 5 overs completed for Bhutan. They've scored 20 with the loss of 1, and we're seeing a change in the bowling. So the left-arm seamer has been taken off. Yuan hasn't really bowled in the way that he's known to. He hasn't really attacked the stumps quite often. So a right-arm seamer to replace him. And a similar sort of a field for him as well. We'll have to wait and watch the way he tries to get the outswinger going perhaps. But we'll hope that he attacks the stump more often. That's something that has been missing this Indonesia bowling so far. Yes, this time we're seeing that hint of movement, and we're seeing that extra bit of carry as well. That was a good delivery, and look where the keeper gathers it. So at this point, we'll have to definitely compliment the skipper of Indonesia once again. He's brought in Kadek. Kadek can generate a bit more bounce compared to Yuan, and looks like this is going to be a bit more difficult for Jigme to negotiate. And that feet movement is absolutely nowhere. Tries to cut that one, no connection whatsoever. And with those dot deliveries, pressure can start mounting on the batter. So this is good bowling from Kadek. So far he started well, but Maybe, just maybe, he needs to come a bit more closer to that middle and off. Perhaps that's when that outswinger can really help him pick up that wicket. And an edge this time. It is taken. What a stunning catch there. The celebration is on, and definitely why not? What a catch this time from Divid. This was a tough opportunity, and Jigme has to walk back. Absolutely stunning bowling from Kadek, and eventually results for Indonesia. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful setup. Full credit to the skipper. Outside edge and a beautiful catch. We can watch that all day, definitely. Big moment in the game. Bhutan has lost the second wicket. And that brings in the skipper of Bhutan. But so far, we haven't really moved on from that catch. Full credit to the skipper of Indonesia. What a start! Fuller delivery driven on the backboard, and someone has definitely announced himself. The skipper comes in, gets a boundary of the very first ball. Can't really take your eyes off that shot. First ball, Fuller, and it was as if he was expecting that one. Driven with absolute class. He's talking about the captain of Indonesia with the bowling changes and with the way he placed his field. But right now, the moment the skipper of Bhutan walks in, Kama Wangchuk just announces himself. Absolutely stunning with his approach and his intent. That will really ease some pressure off himself and from Bhutan as well. Because with the fall of the second wicket, Indonesia would really be starting to feel like they had an opening. But with that authoritative boundary, Karma Wangchuk really is giving us the idea that he's not scared to take on this bowling attack. Kadek so far has bowled well. And once again, nicely played. This time guiding towards backward of point. Ball is racing away. The chase was on. And another boundary. So Karma Wangchuk really opened up the innings for Bhutan here. Just look at that. Guided with absolute class there. This is a good start, definitely, for the skipper of Bhutan. Karma Wangchuk so far has been very impressive. He came in and his team was in trouble. 2 wickets was down, but he was wasting no time. He had those 2 boundaries quite quickly. And now Sonam Wangchuk will find himself in a much better position to negotiate the attack of Indonesia because he can watch his skipper from the other end. And we definitely have to say that that was real intent from the skipper. Firstly, punch through the offside, and then that beautiful shot from backward of point. So that's the kind of statement Bhutan needed after losing those two quick wickets. Indonesia definitely had their tails up after that brilliant catch of slip, but Bhutan captain did not back down. He's really trying to shift the pressure right back into Indonesia. Good delivery. Ball is going down the leg side. Keeper was appealing quite loudly, but the bowler knew. Dalva has bowled brilliantly so far. He's given away just 8 runs in his 3. He has a beautiful in swinger, but just a fraction too far down the leg side. That is why umpire was not interested. We're seeing a very attacking field placement once again. There is 3 slips, and he's looking for that outside edge. This time too far down the leg side. He needs to be consistent because he's bowling to Sonam Wangchuk. He hasn't really settled in. He scored 4 of 8 deliveries that he has faced. So Dalva will fancy his chances against him, perhaps by pitching the ball a little bit on the off stump, maybe that fourth stump, fifth stump corridor on uncertainty. That is what we often say. It really makes the batter confused that whether to go at it or not. Here's Dalva to continue, and this time slightly further on the offside, and not really the bounce that we have seen him to extract. That kept very low. The cut shot was attempted, but no chance he could have connected that. The pitch, in a way, is definitely giving some mixed signals. Sometimes we see the ball that is rising, and maybe the ball has already started to grip. The shine of the new ball doesn't really last too long here. It's already 6 overs old. So maybe we can also see the introduction of spin at any point. This time we see the ball rising. Big appeal there, but clearly daylight between the bat and ball. But as we were saying, this is exactly what Dalva is trying to do. He's trying to bowl at Sonam here because Sonam is really not using his feet. He's trying to connect that by staying on the leg side, which is never easy. Dalva has 2 more deliveries rather in this over. Maybe just pick up a wicket. That is what the skipper of Indonesia will want. Once again, tries to have a go at that one quite lazily. And another dot ball. So Dalva is really accumulating those dot balls. Eventually, from somewhere, we'll see a release shot attempted. That false shot often leads to the demise of a batter. So Dalva will be very happy with the way he's going about it. And the sleep fielders are quite alert. Body language says it all. Last delivery of this over then. Sonam Wangchuk on strike. Oh, he'll have to come back and bowl again because that's been given as a wide. I can clearly see the attempt from the fast bowler. He's trying to get the in swing going, but so far he hasn't really been able to pitch it in the right area when he has attempted that in swinger, and that is why we've seen quite a few wides down the leg side. We've seen slip moving away slightly. Now almost it's like a gully. So the intention is clear. Let's see how he finishes. Yes, beautifully played by Sonam Wangchuk this time. 7 overs completed, 31 runs for Bhutan with the loss of 2 wickets. After winning the toss, Indonesia had no hesitation to have a bowl first, and Dalva has bowled brilliantly. His 4 overs going away just 10 runs. Yuan Alberton was slightly expensive. He's given away 12 in his 2. And Kadek came in as a change. He's already picked up a wicket. And so far, Bhutan has not really found themselves going. Even though the score on the board is 30, they haven't come in the most convincing fashion. Karma Wangchuk has already picked up 8 runs. He scored them via 2 scintillating boundaries. So it will be quite interesting to see how he goes about it, because it really gives the impression that a lot really depends on him. And if he stays there, then the runs will definitely come. Sadik to continue. He's bowled those outswingers quite beautifully, and the skipper is persisting with 2 slips for him. A good delivery this time, perhaps an attempted joker, and Karma Wangchuk does well to defend that one. Dalva is really trying to, Kadik rather, is really trying to mix it up. Perhaps Karma was thinking for a release shot here. You can see that he's quite focused, but he's not being able to get some support from the other end. And that's going to be a big appeal. I thought that's very close. Umpire perhaps thought that's going down the leg side. And Karma survives. That's beautifully bowled. Kadek is mixing it quite nicely. We've seen him bowling those outswingers, but this was very close. Must have gotten some kind of a bat, or perhaps it was a little bit down the leg side. That is the only thing that has saved him. And once again, beautifully bowled. Another appeal, quite optimistic. But this is turning out to be a very good contest between bat and ball. Karma Wangchuk came out to bat against him in the previous over, and then he hit him for 2 beautiful boundaries. And this time, it's Kadek who's really coming in with a lot of energy. He's making life very difficult. On a couple of occasions, it looked like he's going to pick up a wicket, and he's really starting to unsettle Karma Wangchuk here. Fuller delivery, ball is up in the air, but he'll definitely clear the infield. And this is what we were talking about. Sometimes when the dot balls keep piling up, there's always that pressure release shot. But this was not connected quite well, and Karma Wangchuk will feel that he's quite happy to be still out there. That was risky. He needs to bat well if Bhutan is to put on a big total scoreboard. Hazik to continue. Fuller delivery once again, thickish outside edge, and that is another drop catch. Third man was rightly placed. That could have been the big moment in the game. It was an opportunity for Indonesia to pick up the skipper of Bhutan, but that drop catch can be quite costly. Kadek has bowled brilliantly in this over. As you can see that the feet did not really travel to the pitch of the ball, and the batter just went in with a full wild slog, and eventually that thickish outside edge traveling all the way to third man, and perhaps if he run in slightly quicker, would have taken it quite comfortably. This time a full toss, and that is not the best of effort. He definitely should have stopped that before. And runs in, perhaps he's taken 3 runs of that. Very good over definitely from Kadek. Comes to an end. At the end of 8 overs, the score on the board is 35 runs for Bhutan with the loss of 2 wickets. After winning the toss, Indonesia had decided to have a bowl first, and they started off with Dalva. He's bowled 4 overs so far. He's given away 10 runs. Looked good. He almost looked like he'll pick up a wicket. There was a drop catch of his bowling. Yuan Alvaron was slightly expensive. His 2 overs went for 12 runs. Kadek has looked quite brilliant with a couple of overs that he has bowled, given away 13, and he's already picked up 1 wicket. And now we have a change in the bowling. Perhaps the skipper decided to continue. Rocks back on the back foot, does not get the connection there. Dalva is continuing on. Thought perhaps the skipper will bring in a change in Mahendra, but that wasn't the case. He's entrusting Dalva, who looked quite threatening out there. He was unlucky to have not picked up a wicket yet. Karma Wangchuk, on the other hand, is really trying to have a move on here. He started off well, but looks like he's losing a little bit of focus here because his partner at the other end is really struggling. He scored 6 of 19 deliveries. So he's probably thinking that the pressure to keep the scoreboard ticking is on him. He's attempted a couple of big shots, which almost looked like will be taken in the deep, but they were not. The difficult chances, but nevertheless, Karma Wangchuk is still out there. He scored 11 of just the 9 deliveries. On the other hand, Sonam Wangchuk is really finding it difficult to bat out there. Dalvai Fendi is still bowling with 3 slips. Good delivery, almost a chance, but the ball just dropped short. So once again, Dalva is really mixing it up. He's making things quite difficult for Bhutan. That's slightly down the leg side. And Dalva Effendi is trying to bowl those in-swingers right now. So far, all the bowlers of Indonesia have really bowled well. And here they are continuing to bowl with a lot of control. And they're bowling with a lot of discipline, definitely. They've kept the scoreboard in check, picked up 2 crucial wickets, and really haven't let these 2 batters settle in either. The lines have been tight, and they have definitely benefited with the good captaincy of Dusty as well. So for a moment, we thought that there might be some counter attack, and that has faded. The bowlers are sticking to the right plan, and whenever the ball has been outside the off stump, it's not been easy for these Bhutan batters to play at those. Sonam Wangchuk is still on strike, 6 of 19 deliveries now. He can watch out the new ball, but sometimes the problem that can arise is when they've played a lot of deliveries and suddenly they play a rash shot that can lead to the fall of the wicket. So if that does not happen, Karma Wangchuk will still be taking that. We have 9 completed. Score on the board is 36 with a loss of 2. And we have Kadek to continue. He wanted to field of his own bowling, but could not really stop that. So an easy single now. This is turning out to be a very good partnership. This partnership now 16 runs of the 22 deliveries that they have faced between themselves. And this is exactly what was required, especially after the loss of those 2 wickets. Look like Indonesia will somehow crawl into this game, but with the introduction of the skipper out in the middle, it was never easy for Indonesia to pick up another one. That's what we've seen so far. Kadek almost looked like picking up a couple of wickets. Once again, he's bowled that one quite beautifully. Fuller and Sonam Wangchuk is really defending those deliveries quite well. He hasn't picked up the runs as often as he would have liked, but nevertheless, he's still out there, and Karma Wangchuk will definitely take that. Now, the slip is coming quite close to the wicketkeeper, and we see that there's only 2 slips at the moment. So, a different style of field set for Kadek here. Fuller delivery this time. Once again, he's happy to defend that. Another dot ball. I think if this partnership continues for another 10 overs, then Bhutan will start finding themselves in a more suitable position in this first innings. They can definitely afford to spend some time out there in the middle, and they've been watchful definitely, as you can see with that delivery as well. It was well bowled, but it was well defended as well. Kadek does well to bring that ball into the right-hander with that delivery. This time down the leg side, and he was trying to attempt a shorter pitch delivery perhaps. That's why he tried to exert himself on that, and eventually losing the control in the process. And so far, Sonam Wangchuk is just happy to defend and watch off the way Kadek is bowling. And this will be the last over in the power play, and we haven't really seen any kind of intention to just go after Kadek. Once again, he's bowled well, and Sonam Wangchuk has defended that with soft hands. That's the end of the over. It's been a good one, and both these batters are still out there, Sonam Wangchuk and Karma Wangchuk. That was a good over from Kadek. Now, looks like the teams will have a little bit of more comfort out there. That's the end of the power play here. Now the fielding restriction will be lifted, so I think the scoring rate will just see a little bit of a boost because they can place them just into the gaps and then run in for some singles, which is always easier for the batters. Keep the scoreboard ticking. Definitely, we have to give full credit to Sonam and Karma Wangchuk. They've really seen off this attack, For a moment, it looked like Indonesia are absolutely threatening. They had picked up a couple of wickets and also created a few chances, but Karma and Sonam have really survived that spell. And now we have a change in the bowling. Mahendra into the attack to just help Indonesia pick up a wicket. And just as we were speaking about it, with the fielding restrictions lifted and the fielders spreading out, they've already started to show some more intention with the running between the wickets. Mahendra has been brought into the attack. He gives us an impression that he is quite faster through the air compared to someone like Yuan. And at this stage, it's very important for Captain Kama with his partner Sonam to continue, because they've done well to actually weather the storm. They've seen off the new ball. That's a good looking drive. It's half stop. So Talva, fielder. So as we were speaking, that Kama and Sonam have really done well to see off the new ball. They've batted with a lot of patience, and now they can really afford to spend that time out there, because it wasn't easy to start things off, because Indonesia were all over them early on. They're bowling with tight lines. They were having attacking field as well, and especially with that last wicket, there was a brilliant catch, and it looked like momentum is absolutely with Indonesia. But this partnership has shown us a lot of maturity. They've played the tough overs already, and they have rebuilt this innings. And initially, Kama showed quite a good bit of intent, with a couple of boundaries easing off the pressure. And Sonam has also supported him well. He's defended those tougher deliveries quite beautifully, and definitely his compact defenses have allowed Bhutan to now see themselves in a better position. This partnership has really started to blossom here. Already 20 for this partnership. Indonesia, on the other hand, will really need to find a bowler who can pick up another wicket to bring them back into this game. Otherwise, with this partnership blossoming, it will be very difficult for them. Still have a slip in play, and Mahendra is attacking the stump, so that's good to see. Earlier on, we saw that fielders were really encouraging the bowler. They're having a word with them every time in between the deliveries bowled, and we can still see that happening. It's the 11th over that's running right now, but that's really something that the other teams can watch and learn from these Indonesia players. The communication has been absolutely spot on. Fuller delivery this time, tried to play that on the leg side. An opportunity at the non-strikers then, but really not the best of throws. So he completes that single. Mahendra so far has given away 3 runs. Yes, the good thing about that was the striker played that and was often running at the very starting. So really that gave him that extra seconds to complete that run quite quickly. Karma Wangchuk is on strike now against Mahendra. Plays that one in the air, but ball just stops before reaching the fielder. Not really the best of tries we've seen, but the intention is quite clear. And with that, we have another change in the bowling. And for the first time today, we see the introduction of spin. And looks like the skipper has decided to bring himself into the attack. Took a moment to adjust the field. Now starts off with a flighted delivery. In these kind of matches, especially when chasing or trying to recover from the fall of early wickets, it's absolutely vital to break the innings down into smaller phases. Forget the full 40 overs that is to come from now on. They should really start focusing on the next 4 to 5 overs, and they can continue building in blocks. It looks like that is what exactly Captain Kama and Sonam seem to be doing. They have steadied the ship and probably have a mini target in mind, maybe to get to a score of 50 or 55 by the end of the 15th over, and they'll want to ensure that there's no further damage. With Gusty into the attack, it will be captain versus captain, and these are the battle that often excites our viewers as well. These mini battles are always exciting, and this game is not always physical. Sometimes there's a mental aspect to it as well. And plays that beautifully with soft hands, just guiding it away from the point fielder. Once again, we see good running between the wickets. So far, Gusty hasn't really challenged the defense of these two batters. He has deviated too far on the offside far too often. And it would be interesting to see if he decides to attack the stump with those quicker ones. It's something that's been missing. Flighted delivery, and once again straight to the fielder and pops out. Fielding has not really been up to the mark here, and Gusty really could have done what was required. Low full toss, the batter definitely missed out on that one, and that really was an easy opportunity, and skipper himself will be very unhappy with that. This time just beats the outside edge. The dot to finish. This is a good over from Gusty that comes to an end. Almost picked up a wicket. They have 12 overs completed. The score is 46 with a loss of 2. They're currently batting with a run rate of 3.89, and that's not really something that will bother them. The 2 wickets that have fallen seem to have come at a quick succession, one at 14, the other at 20, as you can see on display here. But since then, they have really weathered the storm, and so far they've batted quite beautifully. Mahendra is to continue, and really a couple of missed opportunities really putting Indonesia on the back foot here. They've created chances, but the fielders did not really grab onto those. Once again, the ball is in the air, this time over the top of the infield, and the ball is racing away to the boundary, and it's that man, Karma Wangchuk, who's really trying to get a move on the scoring rate here. The low full toss didn't really help Mahendra. Should have been tighter with his line and length, because the previous over from Gusty was quite economical. So far, we haven't really seen any kind of variation from Mahendra. He's trying to bowl full, slightly quick, but he hasn't really challenged the technique of these two batters out there in the middle. Fuller delivery this time on the offside, and it looks like it was a catch. And that's the big breakthrough that Indonesia was definitely looking for. It's the captain of Bhutan who has to walk back. There's a Fuller delivery outside the off stump, stayed in the air, and a good catch at short cover. Umpires still having a discussion if there was any kind of bomb there. Still waiting for confirmation, and it's given. Umpire decides to go the ball away, and finally the breakthrough that Indonesia were desperate for. It was good bowling from Mahendra. Before that, he's very disappointed. Is Kama Wangchuk. He's batting well out there, but eventually he's have to walk back to the pavilion. He's done well. Steadied the ship. He's trying to keep up with the scoring rate as well. But eventually, he'll be quite disappointing with the way he has to go back. Because that was a good shot, but he just failed to pick up the gap. And with that wicket, it seems like it's drinks break. So stay tuned with us. We'll be back shortly with live action. And with the fall of the wicket, we had a little bit of a pause for drinks break, and now we're back with live action. So just when things were looking good, Kama Wangchuk has to walk back. And that's actually the very cruel part of cricket. It was a good shot that he played. He middled it with quite a lot of ease, but it went right into the hands of the fielder. He didn't exactly even have to move. So it was a big moment in the game. And now Mahendra starts off quite well against this new batter, attacking the stump, and almost look like he'll pick up another one. That one is slightly lower. The new batter who is walked out to the middle is Kencho, and it will be a difficult task to replace his skipper, who was looking so good out there in the middle. Now to continue, we have the skipper back into the attack. He'll be happy to see that Kama has already gone back to the pavilion. So it will be definitely easier to bowl to these two batters, and definitely one more wicket here will bring Indonesia right back into this game. Starts off nicely. And this time it's a wide. Chance at the non-strikers then. He's safely back as well. So the batters of Bhutan really trying to show some intent here. They're focused, but they have to bat with a lot of maturity here. Sonam Wangchuk is still out there. He's already faced 31 deliveries for his 12 runs. And it's been slightly difficult for him. He hasn't really been able to rotate the strike. And Gusty here is not really afraid to flight the ball. Once again, turning it into the right-hander with his off-spinners. Almost picking up the top of off. The Considers are slightly unlucky. They've missed out on a wicket there. With the sun shining brightly, the pitch will start giving a little bit more to the spinners. The moment it starts gripping, it will never be easy for them to settle in. Once again, chance there for a run out, but this time the batters were making the run in a much better way. They run in quite quickly, and the batters survive. And this time pitched outside the off stump and decides to let that one go. And that was slightly quicker through the air as well. So he's mixing it up nicely. Oh, that's loose. This time down the leg side. Dusty on occasions has lost his control. These extras are really helping Bhutan. They still have a run rate above 4 here. And Kencho is now out there. It's yet to go off the mark. And this is full. A big appeal, but umpire is not interested. So a dot to finish off the over for Gusty. 14 overs have been completed. The score is 57 with a loss of 3. And Indonesia are on the charge here. They're looking for the breakthrough. And Captain Karma's dismissal has really tilted the momentum slightly. Sonam is still out there, but he's taking his time. And once again, he has to soak the pressure. He's playing the anchor role, but it's not looked too easy for him. Sonam's presence definitely giving Bhutan some hope to build a platform for the later overs. So definitely this next phase is very crucial. If Bhutan can avoid another wicket from falling, they can really stitch together a partnership. And good looking shot this time towards the offside. That was well played by Sonam. That partnership between Captain Kama and Sonam was of 30 runs in just 43 deliveries. So that really tells us how important that breakthrough was for Indonesia. And in that partnership, Karma Wangchuk had scored the 21 runs of 21 deliveries. Sonam Wangchuk had faced 22 deliveries in that partnership and he scored 4 runs. So that really tells you how important Karma Wangchuk's wicket was. And so far, since that fall of wicket, we've already seen 3 runs coming. And the batters had faced 8 deliveries for that. So Indonesia have really tightened the line and length. And a straightforward catch, soft dismissal, and Sonam Wangchuk will have to go back. And the trick has worked. Mahendra has really been the man with the golden arm for Indonesia here. Just when we were discussing how important the wicket of Sonam is going to be, it couldn't have been easier for Indonesia to pick up a wicket. Cramped him for room, and he tried to glance that on the leg side. Eventually, it was taken. So no mistake there by the fielder. Sonam's long stay at the crease has ended. Scored 9 of 37 deliveries. Played a very resistant kind of a knock. But now, Bhutan will find themselves in deep trouble. This is definitely a huge moment in the game. Sonam was trying to hold the innings together and he finally fell for 9 of the 37 deliveries that he has faced. Definitely battled hard, dug in through a testing spell, but in the end the pressure was just too much. He was cramped for room by Mahendra and couldn't really control that one. So Bhutan are really in a spot of bother here. And Indonesia are right back in control. Definitely full credit to Mahendra. Kept things tight and his discipline was rewarded. Beautifully bowled and he picks up another. So Dawa, who just came out to bat, has not been able to see off Mahendra and his short stay will be ended with that delivery. And once again, Indonesia not really allowing the new batter to settle in. Just have a look at that one. In swinger, right at target, and no chance really for the new batter to have a go at that. Playing with a cross bat, and that's really something that he should be working on because a forward defense was all that was needed. But nevertheless, Mahendra will take that. And now Mahendra is steaming in for his next delivery. This time full and straight. An appeal there. And Mahendra is definitely on fire here. Ripped through the stumps on the previous delivery. And once again with the new batter who's just walked out to the middle. He has his thought process absolutely spot on. Comes up with a Yorker, just slightly deviating down the leg side. That's the only reason why Lode, who's just walked out to bat, is still out there. And Mahendra has already bowled 3 overs. He's picked up 3 wickets for just 9 runs. So what a spell this is turning out to be. Indonesia have definitely flipped the game. The fielders are once again buzzing. The energy is quite high. And Bhutan, after a promising rebuild, are now 5 down again. The skipper to continue with his off spinners, flighted delivery, plays that one nicely, straight to the fielder. The dot to start things with 2 new batters out there in the middle. Indonesia will just try to exert their dominance here. And half of the team is already back at the hut. So here, there's really an opportunity to cash in for Indonesia. Good technique by the batter. Watches that all the way to the glove of the wicketkeeper here. That is where it's very important for the off spinner to target the stump. Sheldon Lode has just walked out to bat. He's yet to get off the mark. So far, he's happy to just allow him a little bit of time. He's been watchful. And he's definitely benefited from the wide deliveries of Dusty so far. And with that, Dusty adjusts, but overcompensates really. Goes too far down the leg side, and umpire signals a wide. It will be very interesting to see how these 2 batters go against Mahendra on the other end, because they have actually struggled against the pace of Mahendra here. So far, Dusty is happy to be bowling quite economically. So far, he's given away just 7 runs. 2 more deliveries remaining in this over. Sheldon Lode yet to get off the mark. Once again, not getting the footwork to perfection. As you can see, that did not really go to the pitch of the ball. Last ball coming in then, slightly wider outside the off stump, and he finishes. 16 overs completed. Bhutan is 55 runs with a loss of 5. And now that Mahendra is coming back into the attack, it will be quite interesting to see how he goes about it. As you can see, the fall of the wickets started things off quite well. Bhutan partnership was looking good. We saw the first wicket fall at 14 runs and the next at 20. But after that, the captain, Kama Wangchuk, batted beautifully. And when his wicket fell at the end of 50 runs, things started to look more difficult for Bhutan, which is well explained by fall of the quick wickets at 53 runs. So right now, the game is really with Indonesia, and we'll have to see how Mahendra bowls from here on. He's bowling with his tail up, and definitely the ploy will be to bowl full and straight, pick up another wicket. Really defended that with the middle of the bat, and the bowler is appealing for that. So that really tells us how excited he is. He's absolutely breathing fire here. Interestingly, Mahendra hasn't really looked like he swings the ball too much. He's dependent on his pace. Oh, that's loose. Umpire will have to signal no ball for that. Did not really want such a pressure release delivery here at this point. Indonesia had a good grip on the game, and these free hits can sometimes release the pressure. Encho is yet to get off the mark, and now he's awarded a free hit. So let's see if he can free his arm and pick up a boundary. He definitely had a discussion with the skipper. We'll have to wait and watch how he goes. Oh, that's well bowled. Wanted to play that over on and mid wicket region, but absolutely no connection there. Perhaps there was a change of pace there. Definitely something he can try on later in this over as well, because the batter was definitely not aware that something like that will come from Mahendra. Because so far he's bowled with a lot of pace here. Much better. That is well played. Just away from the fielder. And does well. Pick up a run there. So since the fall of the wicket in the previous over from Mahendra, this over he hasn't really bowled with the same rhythm. We thought that he'll come steaming in and perhaps pick up one more. But credit to Bhutan that they have not allowed that to happen. This time ball keeping slightly lower. Maybe it was the attempted slower delivery. Once again, we see that body language from Indonesia right up there. Divit is running in, having a word with the bowler Mahendra. That really encourages the fast bowler sometimes when you're still looking for something to happen for you. Here's Mahendra with his next shorter pitch delivery. I think that was the plan, and he's executed that nicely. Pelin Lode was absolutely not ready for that. So that has really unsettled him. Definitely a good delivery from Mahendra. He's late on that. Perhaps just trying to play that over the top of the slip cordon. Never easy. One more delivery remaining. Perhaps with the bouncer he has already attempted. This might be that full delivery. And exactly that. Deviating down the leg side slightly. So umpire not in favor of the bowler. 17 completed. The score is 59 runs with the loss of 5. At this stage, we start to wonder if perhaps the skipper can think of bringing back Dalva. Dalva at the start bowled 5 overs, went for just 11 runs, and he was quite threatening to that new ball. When Alvarin bowled 2 overs for 12 runs, he hadn't picked up a wicket. And so far in the wickets column are Mahendra, who picked up 3 wickets, and Kadek is 3 overs going for 15 runs and that 1 wicket. So maybe after this over from Gusty, who's bowled economically, but they're really trying to pick up wickets here. So maybe the right plan of attack can be to bring in the seamers. Too often we've seen Gusty trying to bowl his off spinner a little bit far down the leg side. So he really should be working on that, because the off spinner's dream delivery should be the one landing just outside this off stump and picking off that leg. So that's something that has not happened for Gusty yet. Encho is still out there. He scored 3 of 11 deliveries, with Eldon Lode yet to get off the mark after facing 10. So they're just trying to wither the storm here. Nicely played off the back foot, and Dusty does well to defend off his own bowling. This partnership now 7 of 17 deliveries. They have definitely been helped by 4 extras. So that really shows us how well Indonesia have gone about it. Flighted once again, but no real intent from Gencho. And that will bring us to the last ball of this over. Dusty really goes about his overs quite quickly. Flighted this time. Once again, just trying to go down the ground, but another dot to finish. Good over from Dusty. 18 overs completed, 60 runs on the board with a loss of 5. And we'll have to wait and watch who the skipper decides to bring into the attack now. Even though this is a young fast bowler running in, he will not be too happy with that. The batter pulling away at the very last moment. These are things that usually unsettles a fast bowler. Pelin Lode is on strike against Mahendra, who is to continue. His 4 overs went for 13 runs. He's picked up a wicket. He's picked up 3 of them rather. This is well played. Keeps the weight of the bat as low as possible. So that's good technique. 80% of Mahendra's deliveries today have been dot, so that really shows us how well he's controlled his bowling. He's bowled a couple of wides and that one no ball. So in spite of those extras, he's bowled quite economically here. And once again, deviating down the leg side. He's not really getting the line right, but he's been spot on with his Yorker so far. It's good to see him just having a smile with the umpire because he knows that it was going down the leg side. Just a little bit adjustment, and is well and truly in line to pick up his 4th. Brendan Lode so far has been struggling out there in the middle, yet to open his account. Already faced 13 deliveries now. And look at that body language of these Indonesia players. Really right up there, looking happy to be still out there in the middle. And you have to definitely compliment Divid. Every time the ball has gone to him, he's really showed proper positive energy out there. And trying to overcompensate once again. Mahendra going down the leg side, and umpire signals a wide. Be very interested to see if Gusty continues after this over. His 4 overs went for 8 runs, but he hasn't really looked like he'll pick up a wicket. An attempted drive there, but not really the most convincing connection. Another dot ball for Mahendra against Peldon Lode today. Already faced 14 deliveries, and he hasn't gone off the mark yet. That really tells us that it's not difficult. It's been very difficult for Peldon. Mahendra looks like he's a bit tired, but the wicket here will really encourage him. And finally, with that misfield, Eldon Lode will pick up a boundary. Definitely shouldn't have picked that one because it went straight to him. So disappointing fielding for Indonesia. That really should have been stopped. Not the best of effort out there. One more delivery remaining for Mahendra then. And with that boundary, will not be very happy. Let's see he can come charging in or not. And that was gone straight to the slip, but once again he was slightly wideish. And another boundary for Eldon Lode. He's picked up 2 in this over, but neither of them have come in the most convincing way. And this is why you sometimes have to wonder, a traditional slip fielder in the most conventional position would have easily taken that, but the bowler went in with a slightly wider one, and that is why there was no chance for him. So a good over for Bhutan. 19 overs have been completed, 69 runs on the board with a loss of 5 wickets. And Gusty is continuing from the other end. Eldon Lode has scored 8 of 16, and all his runs have come from boundaries. Encho, on the other hand, has scored 3 from 15 deliveries. So now they have finally gotten some runs on their back. We'll have to see if he can negotiate the spinner in a way that he can put on some runs on the board. Leg spinner attempted by Gusty this time. It's too full. So not really been able to purchase any kind of turn. Once again down the leg side this time. Fielded as well. Because if he picked up the gap, that was a boundary definitely. Good fielding out there. This has really been one aspect where I am feeling like a change was required. Dusty has bowled economically, but both these batters have really found themselves quite comfortable against him. And so we're wondering if a change was required. But so far, Dusty has decided to just continue with himself. Once again, a sweep shot straight to the fielder. He's pitching it slightly shorter than what could be a very good delivery. So far, after winning the toss, Indonesia decided to have a bowl first. They picked up 5 wickets, but the score on the board is 70 at the end of 20 overs. Karma Wangchuk top scoring with 21 runs off 21 deliveries, and he was partnered well by Sonam. But since then, nothing really coming for Bhutan, but they've been helped by some extras. Mahendra so far has been the pick of the bowlers. He's picked up 3 for 22. Kadek also bowled well, 3 overs going for 15, and he picked up that wicket. Otherwise, the bowlers have been economical, but nothing much in the wicket columns yet. So at the end of 20 overs, I would say that Bhutan will find themselves in a spot of bother here, but we'll have to wait and watch how much they can put on the scoreboard because they've already lost half their side. And now we see a change in the bowling. It is Kadek into the attack. Starts off well. Is bowling to Kencho. Starts off with the in swinger attacking the off stump and just away from the outside edge. Good start. slightly wider this time. The batter decides to have a poke at that one, completely missing. So far, it's definitely been Indonesia's session. Bhutan are struggling for 70 with the loss of 5, and almost halfway through the innings, they have already lost half their side. As we were saying, Mahendra has been standout with 3 wickets, but Kadek has also looked quite threatening, and you'll start to wonder if the keeper can come in a couple of steps in front, because Kadek is not really getting that carry as he got at the start of this innings. From here, Bhutan really needs a rescue act. They are in desperate need in some kind of partnership, and these two batters have spent a lot of time out there already, but the rotation of strike has been missing. Good looking drive, doesn't get the gap. Bhutan will hope that they can put on a target of at least over 130 to 140, because they'll feel that they will be comfortable to bowl at such a score. But from here on, Indonesia is firmly in the driver's seat, and we'll have to see if they can manage to pick up a wicket here, because we can sense that a false shot is coming from somewhere. Both these batters are really struggling to find scoring shots. As we catch our breath, it's also the right time to acknowledge the fantastic work that the Asian Cricket Council and Malaysia Cricket Association has been putting together for organizing this ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup. The facilities here at UKM Oval have been top notch. We've seen excellent pitches, well maintained outfield, and great hospitality for the young cricketers. And it's definitely not just a tournament, it's a platform for the next generation of Asian talent to really shine out there. So, credit to the organizers for their vision and the commitment to youth development. And events like this can really go a long way in strengthening the cricket across emerging nations. So it's definitely great to see such professionalism at under 16 level. And that being said, we see another change in the bowling. So Dusty will not continue from the other end. We could sense that, because the batters were really looking like they're comfortable against him. So his economical spell has ended. Dusty's 5 overs going for just 9 runs. Now we see another off spinner to continue. A good defense to beat him. So far, peak of the bowler, like we mentioned before, has definitely been Mahendra. His 5 overs going for 3 runs. And under the hot sun here at UKM Oval, it's never easy for a fast bowler to keep continuing with long spells. For 1 over, we saw the comeback of Kadek. Kadek's 4 overs going for 15 runs. He's picked up a wicket also. Right now, we are seeing Kavin Neeraj into the attack. Another off spinner trying to extract some patches. Ellen Lode is on strike against him. He's already faced 20 deliveries for his 9 runs, and of that, 8 of them came by boundaries. Good delivery there, almost picking up an outside edge. Kavin Neeraj is bowling his over quite quickly. 2 more deliveries remaining. Once again, nicely defended. almost picking up the outside edge on that one. And he finishes off that over just by giving away that one run. 22 overs have been completed, 71 runs with the loss of 5 for Bhutan. And looks like Kadek is continuing, and he also is giving us the impression that he has lost a bit of pace. The bowlers will have to ensure that they're bowling with the same effort as they started with. Bhutan is once again trying to steady the ship here. Encho is 4 of 28 deliveries now, and Peldon Lode, score of 9 of 21. So it's been a slow and a very watchful partnership. Fuller delivery from Kadek, and this time we see that the express pace is missing from Kadek to really beat the bat and eventually pick up a wicket right through the defense. So you can definitely sense that these two batters are really trying to bat some time out here and to stop the fall of another wicket. Kencho has especially been very cautious, and at this stage, survival is seemingly the first goal. Occasionally, Peldon has shown some intent. That's once again nicely watched all the way to the wicketkeeper. Indonesia have actually bowled quite well. They've maintained the pressure. They haven't offered any kind of easy singles. And in spite of the occasional misfield, the fielders have been quite sharp inside the circle. So Bhutan is absolutely trying to absorb the pressure at this situation, and they'll hope that they can accelerate later on. At this moment, we can definitely feel that both these batters have settled in quite nicely. They're defending the ball beautifully, but we'll have to just wait for them to start rotating the strikes more often and maybe hit a few boundaries from somewhere. This time played in the air, but he's safe. The ball falls in no man's land. And we see some intent right now. This is the first real shot with a lot of control that we saw attempted by the batter, but wasn't the case. Ball went in the air. And Kadek has one more delivery remaining in this over. Almost created a chance for a wicket, but both the batters survive. Last ball then coming in. Fuller delivery tries to drive, but once again, it's a dot to finish. 23 overs completed, 73 with a loss of 5. It's definitely very hot out there, and both these batters have spent a lot of time out there in the crease. So definitely they'll tire themselves out, but that is why we have to give full credit to these two batters. They haven't really lost their wicket in the process. They're very mindful of the situation. They're making sure that no further wicket has fallen, and Indonesia is really just exhausting themselves at this stage in search of another wicket. The spinner to continue, and Kencho has reached the pitch of the ball nicely for that one, defending it quite nicely. Kavin Niraj to continue. His first over went for just 1 run. That's been given as a wide. Off spinner really needs to start targeting the stump. Still have a wide-ish first slip. And that is nicely played, but once again straight to the fielder. This is turning out to be a very good partnership. Once again, another wide. This partnership is now 22 runs of 52 deliveries. They have helped themselves by 7 extras as well. Perin Lode has scored 11 of 26 in this partnership, and Kencho scored that 4 runs. But it doesn't matter how slow this innings have been, but the most important part of this is that they have really seen the attack of the Indonesia bowling, and now they're trying to just bat out their full 50 overs, and if they do so, then definitely they'll have a good score on the board. And now we're seeing the short cover fielder in play. That's good captaincy because he doesn't want to allow any kind of freebies. Just when I say that, short pitch delivery pulled away on the leg side. That wasn't the best of deliveries we've seen today from Kavin Niraj. Flighting the ball, but we haven't really seen any wickets through the air. So definitely one aspect of spin bowling that he can work on. Once again flighting that one. Finishes off with a dot. 24 overs completed, 77 runs on the board with a loss of 5 wickets. And Kadek is continuing. Once again starts off with a good delivery. He's really not trying too hard to generate pace, sticking to his line and length. But so far, neither of these two batters have committed any mistakes. And that is why full credit to them. They have survived so far. And from here on, they should just continue doing this if Bhutan is to have a big score on the board. Once again, a very good delivery, but defended beautifully by Peldon Lode. So this is turning out to be a game of patience for Bhutan. They're really starting to frustrate this Indonesia bowling. After winning the toss, Indonesia had no hesitation to bowl first. They had picked up wickets at regular intervals, the first at 14 and the last at 53. Wickets were coming quite frequently for them. The last wicket came at 14 overs. So since then, it's already 10 overs that these two batters have played in between the wickets. But so far, they've seen off the bowling quite nicely. Here's Karthik to continue. Peden Lode is on strike, 11 of 28, and this time he deviates down the leg side. Another wide, and we are starting to see signs of frustration like we were talking about. It's definitely not been easy for the bowlers to bowl against these two because they are practically defending everything that has been bowled at the stump. And fortune favors the brave. An edge that Karthik was looking for. He had gotten it, but just away from the wicketkeeper. And once again, not in the most convincing fashion, but the batter picks up another boundary. And finally, we see the slip fielder coming closer in a more conventional fashion. And that is why we wonder why was he so wide? If you wanted someone there, you can just have another slip fielder. Quite interesting. Beautiful delivery this time. And just missing the stump. Yes, just about missing that off stump with that delivery. With 82 for 5 now, you can sense a little shift in the atmosphere. Indonesia, who have been dominant with the ball, are starting to look like they are getting more and more frustrated. Incho and Peldon haven't scored quickly, and that is cut away nicely. Chases on, stops it from reaching the boundary, not before the completion of a double. Incho and Peldon haven't scored quickly, but they have definitely hung in there. Every dot ball, every forward defense is slowly chipping away at the Indonesian bowlers' patience. Energy in the field has also dipped slightly. We can see a few shoulders dropping. A couple of misfields can be creeping in anytime, as sometimes when the body language is not there, this is what is expected. And that is really what a stubborn partnership like this can do. Indonesia definitely have to stay sharp here. Once again, Belden is just happy to defend that one. And looks like players will have slight break out there. It's definitely difficult to spend so much time out there in the middle. It's warm out there, it's very hot and humid, and definitely they deserve that drink. Would you believe it? This is actually turning out to be the best partnership that Bhutan has put on today. This partnership currently 31 runs of 62 deliveries. They have batted with a lot of patience out here. The spinner is continuing from the other end. Karthik has just finished his over. 6 overs going for 24 runs. And Kavin Neeraj, the spinner, is bowling from the other end. 2 overs have gone for just 5 runs. Once again, another misfield. The body language is well and truly starting to show a lot of wear and tear right now. energy levels are down. And he's been watchful. Watching the ball turn away from him till the very last moment. They really need a breakthrough for Indonesia to come into the game. Softly played in the air, falls short of the fielder as well. That's one rare moment when we see that there's been some lack of control between these two batters. Otherwise, they have defended everything quite nicely. And once again, beautifully defended. So they're not really bothered about the runs. They have helped themselves by some extras. And that is why they can afford to just be watchful and defend anything that they have doubt about. Just like that one. That was flighted outside the off stump and he reached it quite nicely and playing that defense. The run rate now is just around 3.5 and Kevin Neeraj completes his over. And once again, the captain has brought his prime bowler, Mahendra, back into the attack today. He's already picked up 3 wickets, and when he was going about, he looked like the best of the bowlers today. He bowled 5 overs on the trot, and after that, the skipper replaced him. We know that it's not easy for a fast bowler to continue on the trot. So after a well-deserved break, he's back into the attack and perhaps he can pick up a wicket and bring his side back into this game. This is one thing definitely the skipper of Indonesia would have observed, that these two batters have batted against spin quite comfortably. And Mahendra, who's been the fastest among the bowlers of Indonesia today, can really make it difficult for Kencho. Wide delivery this time, and the batter not really fully committing to that one. So another dot ball. Starts off well, Mahendra here. And comes steaming in this time. Nicely flicked away off the leg. Good shot to pick up a single there. So he's mixing it definitely, Mahendra. But so far he hasn't executed the Yorker to perfection. Whenever he's tried that, the ball has deviated too far down the leg side. So that's just one thing he can work on. Maybe just start a little bit outside the off stump and get the ball tailing in. 2 more deliveries remaining in this over with Kencho on strike. And this time just manages to pick up the outside edge slightly, leading edge. Another dot ball. And there is absolutely no hurry out there in the middle. They're just happy to defend those and keep building on this partnership which is at the moment 34 runs of 73 deliveries. So they have batted for a very long time out there in the middle. Once again, a beautiful looking shot. This time flicked away quite nicely. The chase is on. And this should be a couple of runs. It's comfortably taken. End of Mahendra's sixth over. 27 overs have been completed. 87 runs on the board with a loss of 5. And Neeraj is taking a little bit of time to set his field. So this is turning out to be a very good partnership and an extremely valuable one for Bhutan. Kencho 9 of 41 and Lode 18 of 37 have together put on 35 runs for the 6th wicket. Slighted delivery to start things off. There has not been any kind of flashy cricketing shot so far from them. It's been gritty, it's been very stubborn, and it's been very methodical. It's exactly what Bhutan needed after the early collapse. Both these batters have been rock solid. They faced every ball with a lot of grit. The defense has been absolutely fluent. That's the best part of this partnership. Both these batters have absolutely given these bowlers no chance whenever they have attacked the stump. And the longer this time goes on, the more it's asking questions of Indonesia's discipline. They had the game firmly in their grip for 56 for 5, but now you can see that the bowlers are glancing at the scoreboard a little bit more often. So definitely beautiful partnership. And once again, signs of frustration starting to show up. Bowling. Good delivery this time, beating the outside edge. 2 more deliveries remaining this over. Once again, an economic spell from Indonesian bowler is on site here. Flighted delivery just outside the off stump. So far, all of the bowlers from Indonesia have been very economical, but that is achieved by them because they have seen some defensive batting from Bhutan out there in the middle. You see an attempted off drive. The batter had completely missed. Nevertheless, 28 overs completed, 89 runs on the board with a loss of 5, and Indonesia searching for that one bowler who can give them that breakthrough. So far, 6 bowlers have been used by Dusty, including himself, and looks like finally we're seeing an introduction of another bowler. Taking a little bit of time to adjust the field. So many defensive shots attempted, I think they can almost start thinking about having a short mid-wicket or a silly point perhaps. Yes, these are desperate times. Starts off with the wide. Divit Nanda is into the attack for the first time today. He's shown a lot of energy in the field. but he definitely needs to translate that into bowling. He's yet to find rhythm, hasn't started quite well. Bowled that wide, and then the flighted delivery was almost like a low full toss. And just changing the field a little bit. The slip has been taken off and travels all the way to the leg side. And another solid defense. Flighted once again, and another dot delivery. What we're seeing here from Bhutan right now is resilience in its absolute purest form. This is not flashy, this is not aggressive, but very, very gritty, determined cricket. The kind that does not always show up on highlight reels, but definitely wins dressing room respect. You can see one shot attempted, pulled away into the leg side, and gets another single. Tencho and Pellet Lode have stood firm under pressure. They have walked in when the scoreboard was wobbling. Indonesia were all over them, and wickets were falling in clusters. But since then, they have dug deep, absorbed the pressure, and slowly this rebuilding process have now started to pay dividends. Resilience isn't just about surviving, it's about staying committed to the plan. And look what's happened. Just when we were complimenting them, their partnership has just taken a toll here. Vivid Nanda has finally become the man with the golden arm. It wasn't his bowling that picked up a wicket. A misunderstanding between the two runners out there. Eventually, that is what they needed. A confusion and a run out. It doesn't matter how they come, but Indonesia will be very, very happy finally to get that breakthrough and break this partnership. Chencho and Pele Lode had fought so hard, showing real resilience, putting together such a good partnership. But now it's quite unfortunate that it's undone by that slight moment of hesitation. And you gotta ask yourself that was it there? For me, I don't think it was quite there. A slight miscommunication, a late call, and Indonesia were sharp in the field. He did not pick it up cleanly at the first go, but then the throw was absolutely spot on. And this is definitely going to hurt Bhutan because the momentum was truly with them. Now Indonesia can really believe that they have another chance to break into the rhythm that Bhutan had built a solid partnership. As we say that, end of the 29th over, Bhutan is 92 runs with a loss of 6 wickets. Divid Nanda finishes his first over. He gives away 3 runs, but because of that run out, now Indonesia can once again start building a little bit of pressure and maybe, just maybe, pick up another wicket. Looks like it's going to be spin from both ends. And for a moment, I was wondering if against the new batter, a seamer would be the right way to go about it. But Kevin Neeraj has bowled quite economically today. Just needs to pick up a wicket to really bring his side into the comfort zone of this innings. once again playing with soft hand. Sanjay Dorji has walked out to the middle. Is now partnering Pelin Lode. And the new batter has shown exactly what his partner who left the crease has been doing so far. He's happy to just defend those. Once again, just happy to defend that. Another dot delivery. And trying to have a poke at that one. That will keep Kevin Neeraj interested. Finishes his fifth, given away just 8 runs. And 30 overs have been completed, 92 runs with a loss of 6. And after a bit of a drinks break, we're back with live action again. Sanjay Dorji is out there in the middle. He has yet to go off the mark. He's placed 7 deliveries. And Pendleton Road is still out there, 18 of 44 deliveries. Spin to continue. Starts off with a solid defense. And adjusting to the length of the ball quite nicely as well. First we saw that front foot and now a proper use of the back foot defense. A slip and a catching shot cover in play. And well played. Once again, just reaching the pitch of the ball quite nicely and plays that comfortably. Another dot ball. Kevin Neeraj has bowled with a lot of good economy, and now that delivery finally rewards him. So the patient finally runs out for Pelden Lode. scored 18 of 48 deliveries. He was looking good out there. Really saw off that attack from Indonesia with a lot of patience. And finally, right after the drinks break, is committed to a mistake. So that bottom hand really coming off the grip of the bat at the last moment. Perhaps that is what led to that uncontrolled shot. And finally, Kevin Neeraj, who's been bowling with such good control, is finally rewarded. Looks like the batter wasn't really expecting to come out to bat because Ellen Lode was batting with a lot of grit out there. And just like us here at the com box, nobody really thought that he'll play that false shot and perhaps get out. And now looks like Kevin Neeraj is ready to have another go at a new batter. And here he goes. Short of his delivery to start things off. Might just want to attack the stumps now. Bhutan is 7 down, and now truly the lower middle order and the tail is exposed. So really Indonesia will try to just get these wickets as quickly as possible and eventually restrict Bhutan before they reach triple figure. Right now the score is 92 after the completion of 32 overs with a loss of 7 wickets, and the run rate as well has fallen below 3. We have 2 new batters at the crease, Yoser and Sanjay Dorji. And this is good captaincy because the fast bowler is now brought back into the attack. We know that sometimes the tail-enders can find it difficult to bat against pace, and among the fast bowlers, Mahendra was the fastest, and he's brought back into the attack. He's coming round the wicket against the left-hander and gets a good carry to start things off. He's already picked up 3 wickets. He's given away 24 runs. So he's someone who'll fancy his chances against the left-hand batter. Sanjay Dorji is now on strike. Fuller delivery this time. Take a sharp side edge. Ball is traveling all the way, and it reaches the boundary. So Sanjay Dorji will say to his teammate that he's done that intentionally, but nevertheless it was a good ball from Mahendra. And for a moment I thought that Divit will probably stop that one, but this is lightning quick outfield and a good effort from Divit at third man, but the ball raced away before him to the boundary. So much needed for Bhutan, and Sanjay Dorji will be happy with his contribution so far. He's already picked up a boundary and he will want to continue from here on. We still have about 18 overs remaining in this innings, and they will want to bat through all those overs. Once again, playing that on the offside. This time third man picks up, and that will only be a single. The only issue for Mahendra today so far has been his 6 overs have gone for 29 runs already, 6.3. So he's been slightly expensive in the context of this game. We've seen some extremely economical overs from Gusty and Kevin Neeraj Chadha. 11 overs were bowled between them, and Bhutan only managed 17 runs. So that really tells you how much of a role spin has played today. It was very difficult to score against them. But the fast bowlers are definitely among the wickets. They definitely haven't been able to get a check on the run rate. With that, we have one more delivery remaining in this over. Mahendra will want to finish nicely, and he really has a chance against User. Sometimes at the top of the bowling mark, a bowler really imagines what he wants to bowl, and maybe that extra bit of time can sometimes boost that self-confidence. But on that occasion, we see him slightly missing that off stump, a little bit away that he was. Should have been targeting the top of off rather. And now he has that final attempt in this over to go at User. User has faced 4 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Waiting to see if we see a Yorker. A play and a miss at that, and end of the over for Mahendra. Bhutan have already scored 97 runs, and we were wondering if the target in their mind would be up around that 130 score. They still have 17 overs to play, and will want to play out all those overs. We haven't seen Ewan Alvaran to be back in the attack. He's only bowled two overs for 12 runs, and so far we only saw Dalva with the new ball as well. So they have a few fast bowlers in their ranks that the captain Gusty can go to. So far, Mahendra had picked up 3 and Kadek picked up 1 wicket. Kevin Neeraj was very economical, and eventually he was rewarded with that wicket. Other than that, no other bowlers in that wicket column. So Indonesia is still searching. We have to see who that bowler with the golden arm can be. And it looks like for a moment the skipper decided to have a fast bowler, but then at the very last moment he's decided to go with Kevin Neeraj. They have a wider slip and a catching cover in play. And with that, Kevin Neeraj will start things off again. He's given away just 8 runs in his 6 overs. Crawling in, and a leading edge there, just away from the slip fielder. Kevin Neeraj is really fluffing the ball now. I hope that Sanjay Doji will not really go after him, and with that self-belief, he slides it even more this time. Get the line right. Easy picking for Sanjay Dorji, and his off and running. Picks up another single. I think it would be easier for him to bowl to the left-hander, especially with his off-spinner going away from the left-hander. But now with the single, he has to bowl to Yoza. Still a similar sort of appeal, but the slip is taken off, and that's very well bowled. No runs yet for user. But he watches it all the way to be collected by another dot to finish. Kevin Neeraj so far has bowled very economically. He has completed 7 overs, given away 9 runs and picked up a wicket. And Indonesia is searching for that bowler who can just close out this innings of 14 deliveries and 6 runs in this partnership. All the runs have the bat of Sanjay Dorji. Now the left-hander is on strike and spin to continue from the other end as well. Off spinner coming over the wicket to the left-hander. I'll be interested to see if he decides to come round it and just close that angle a little bit. Gusty is continuing. Once again, use of soft hands. No runs there. Gusty so far has bowled 5 overs before these 2 deliveries, given away just 9 runs. Slighted delivery this time. Lands just in front of the stump. Once again, Sanjay Dorji, 6 of 16 deliveries that faced, looks in no rush. On occasions, we've seen Gusty losing his line. Above 1.5 today. But he hasn't really looked too threatening for my liking either. Attacking the stump again. 100 is up for Bhutan. They've lost 7 wickets, but at almost the completion of the 35th over, they'll be happy to find themselves at that score. This time, once again, the ball was moving towards the leg side, but just hits the batter. End of the over for Gusty. 35 overs completed. The score is 100. So far, you can see the match summary. Karma Wangchuk was the batter who looked very good with the bat in hand. The skipper of Bhutan scored 21 runs of 21 deliveries, and then came that innings of a lot of cut from Peldon Lode, 18 of 48 deliveries. He was well partnered by Kencho, 10 of 51, and that really is the partnership that has taken the game very deep for Bhutan. We've seen a partnership from Sonam and Karma Wangchuk of 30, and after that we saw another of 39 between Peldon Lode and Kencho, 39 of 85 deliveries. Even now, these two batters have played 20 deliveries among themselves, and so far they've picked up 8 runs. Once again, not in full control of that defense, but he survives. I think the captain of Indonesia really should be bringing more close-in fielders, because the batters are just happily defending everything that is in their zone. They haven't really been taking any kind of chances. Kevin Neeraj is the bowler. He's bowled very economically, and not too many batters have really tried to do anything against him. And once again, you can see that the left-hand batter is just happy to defend those. I would be interested to see if the catching cover comes in closer. And at this stage, you really start to wonder if, just like in a test match, Indonesia starts deciding to bring in close-in fielders. Two more deliveries remaining. Oh, that is down the leg side. This is only the third wide from Kevin Neeraj. Bowled with a lot of control. But once again, Indonesia is finding it very difficult to pick up a wicket here. All the batters from Bhutan have come out to bat with a lot of intent, in the sense that they have not given away their wickets quite easily. Another dot ball. Last ball of the over, just away from the stump, and the batter just happy to leave that. End of the 36th over, 101 run with the loss of 7. And spin to continue. Slighted delivery this time, pulled away on the leg side. There's a fielder in the deep, and it will only be a single. Left-hander now on strike. And another defense. User has just scored 1 of 11, and Sanjay has scored 6 of 24. So far, they have also helped Bhutan with 27 extras. That's really one thing they'll want to improve on. 25 wides. That's really been too many extras, because otherwise the score on the board would be just around 70. So that's something Indonesia will definitely have to work on. Another solid defense. The last wicket fell at 92 runs. Whenever a wicket fell, it usually brought in another one. I'm saying that because at the score of 14, the first wicket fell, and at 20, there was another one. The next came at 50, and after that, 2 others came at 53. Then that partnership, which took the game very deep, that wicket fell at 92, and another fell at 92. So really, if they can pick up 1 wicket here, Indonesia can really fancy their chances to find another. But Sanjay Dorji so far has looked quite comprehensive with his defense. He hasn't tried any fancy shots, and he's really surviving that test of patience here. And it looks like the batters are having a little bit of swings. Kevin Neeraj to continue with his off spinners and is bowling to Joser. Scored 1 of 12 deliveries now. And finally, we see two short fielders, one at the slip and one at catching cover. This is one thing I was hoping to see from a very, very long time. The batters were just going with their defenses, and now with the catching fielder, can be very interesting. Just like that, it's almost looking like we're seeing a test match in between these two emerging sides. That's great to see. Good captaincy, definitely, from Indonesia. And from catching cover, he moves to short mid wicket now. I'll just be happy to see both catching fielders actually at this point in the game. He can actually go in with a short cover and a short mid wicket. And an opportunity there. This is exactly what we were talking about. Maybe with a short cover, that would have gone straight to his hand. So yes, he should have gone with two catching fielders. Let's see, will that happen or not? But Jose is really playing with a lot of patience here. He has shown solid technique, not afraid to trust his defense. But once again, Neeraj has bowled another very economical over. Although Bhutan now well into the tail, it's Sanjay 6 of 28 and User 1 of 17 trying to once again dig it deep. After that run out which broke out a resilient partnership, we're once again starting to see that a solid partnership is brewing up. The run rate has slowed, the boundaries have completely dried up, and Indonesia continue proceedings with disciplined bowling, but they're yet searching for that wicket. Let's see how well their survival game is suited against the spin of Indonesia. At the moment, we see two catching fielders who are trying to just grab onto anything that is in the air for a little bit of time. The spinners are really believing in them, that maybe there will be that one shot when they will not be in control. This is now turning out to be a proper exhibition of a test-like match, and this is why this 50 over format really brings out the best of you. And look at that defense with two short fielders. Sometimes it's easy to forget that these players are all under 16. They are batting with so much of maturity that it's difficult to say and comment their age. Short of pitch delivery this time. Once again, happy to play a defensive stroke at that. And once again, the body language of Indonesia tells us that they are quite frustrated with that approach of Bhutan here today. Don't think much could be done about that. And Rusty has bowled another economical over, created a little bit of a chance, but nevertheless, the defense is turning out to be too good for Indonesia here. They haven't been able to clear the tail, and they're trying very hard to pick up a breakthrough here. But so far, Bhutan has been quite over them with that defense. Once again, just watching that go all the way to the keeper. Sometimes in modern cricket, we forget the value of a good old fashioned defensive stroke, the art of just staying in and absorbing the pressure. Sometimes you have to respect the condition as well as the opposition attack. And so far, Sanjay and Jose are fighting up and they're putting the runs in the scoreboard as well. But while they're doing it, they've been very quiet about it. They haven't really given any kind of opportunity to this Indonesia bowlers. They are actually denying Indonesia easy wickets as well. They're frustrating the fielders and showing that survival is definitely a skill in itself. And we've seen in other matches that aggression often takes center stage. It's refreshing to definitely see these two batters who understand when to go hard, and definitely it's more important to know when to not go hard at it. The off spinner now changing the angle and coming around the wicket, and he still has a short cover, and the slip is now bowling to the right hander, and now the fielder moves to short mid wicket. And you can see that Kevin Neeraj is really frustrated with himself. He finishes his quota of 10 overs, he's picked up a wicket and given away just the 10 runs. It's been extremely economical from one end, but he definitely wanted to pick up a couple of more wickets. But right now, Bhutan has batted 40 overs already. They've scored 102 runs already on the board, and so far, Indonesia haven't been able to quite clear the tail. We're into the last phase of this innings. The last 10 overs are coming in, and definitely, if they manage to play the full 10 overs, they'll definitely have a score about 120 to 130, which we predicted early on. And finally, we see a shot at least attempted by the left hand batter, but absolutely missed it. But Indonesia will not be too unhappy with that one. That really gives them an opportunity to pick up a wicket as long as they play a scoring shot at least. So far, they refrained from playing anything. And once again, the ball was in the air for a little bit, but it's safe. Rusty is mixing it up. He's bowling a few off spinners and then suddenly he's changing into leg spin. He's also changing the field almost every delivery. We have a short mid wicket. Oh, that's well bowled. Almost picking up the outside edge. Yes, definitely we can see in the replay that was the off spinner to the left hander. Taking the ball away from him. And every ball we're seeing that short fielder is moving. This time cuts it away nicely. And the quick single taken. Two more deliveries remaining in the over, and this time he'll have a go at the right hander. bowling with a catching cover and a slip to the right-hander. And once again, well played by Zusair. He's only scored 1 of 24 deliveries, but it's the time at the crease that's really given Bhutan a solid platform, because that's been the difference between bundling out at a low score in comparison to just spending the full quota of 50 overs in the crease. They've already batted 41 and just the 9 overs remaining now. And we see a change in the bowling. The medium pacer is brought back into the attack. It's going to be Kadek to continue. Kadek Tikan Mada has bowled 6 overs for 24 runs. He's picked up a wicket already. But so far, the spinners were very economical. Dusty 9 overs, 13 runs, and Kevin Neeraj Chadha 10 overs, 10 runs and a wicket. So 19 overs between the two spinners. It has gone for just 23 runs. So that's been the kind of domination that Indonesia had in terms of economy. But we definitely have to give full credit to Bhutan for outlasting those. They never really looked like they'll lose a wicket. They played a lot of comfort and with a lot of discipline. So that's great running. Turn that into 2. That's definitely good running between the wickets. This partnership now 13 runs of 59 deliveries. That means almost 10 overs have been played between these two batters. That really tells you the mental strength of Bhutan as a batting unit. Here's Kadek with 3 more deliveries remaining, bowling to Sanjay. Plays it into the leg side. He'll have a chance at the non-striker's end, but the batters decided to go against that run. So definitely safe. Sanjay on strike, 2 more deliveries remaining. I'd be interested to see if Kadek decides to just come round the wicket to the left-hander and just close in on that angle, perhaps with a yorker or something. But so far he's stuck with a conventional approach. Here's Kadek. That's nicely played again. And another dot ball. Last ball of the over against Sanjay. and attacking the stump, and equally nicely played. End of the over. 42 completed, 105 with a loss of 7. And the spin of Dutzy to continue, and we saw an outside edge, and that should have been taken because that is why the short fielders are in, just to get a benefit of those false shots. But on that occasion, you can see the batter is frustrated. On that occasion, there was really a chance for the fielder to just grab that one. But user survives. 3 of 26 deliveries coming out to bat at that stage. This is also turning out to be a very good innings in the context of this game. And this time down the left side, umpire signals a wide. So far, the leg spin of the captain hasn't really turned much. Rustic Gura has bowled 9.1 for 16 so far. And finally, we see a sweep shot from Jose. So perhaps now it looks like the batters are trying to go for some runs. Gusty to bowl to the left-hander Sanjay with a similar sort of field. Coming over the wicket. Fuller delivery, missed it completely. Another dot ball. 3 more deliveries for Gusty to continue. Captain will definitely want to finish with a wicket here. Slice the ball even more. And was there another opportunity? Not sure if he edged that one, but it was definitely deflected off the wicketkeeper. 2 more deliveries now with Sanjay on strike. It's nicely bowled again. Another dot ball. Last ball of this 42nd over. And goes for the leg spin. Quick single taken, but the overthrow, the fielder did not collect that one. And Bhutan will be happy to get an extra run of that. End of 43 overs now. Bhutan have managed to score 111 runs with the loss of 7 wickets. They still have 7 overs remaining in this innings, and both these batters are very tired, you can say. So 100 marks for that mental strength, definitely. and user on strike against the return of the left arm seamer. UN Alvaran has only bowled the 2 overs at the start of this innings. His 2 overs went for 12 runs. Now he's finally been brought back. We'll have to see if Bhutan plays with a different intent against him. User is on strike. There's no fielder attacking. They've all gone back to more conventional fielding spots. That's a good delivery attacking the stump, and another dot ball. From here, definitely the target is to bat out the full 50 overs. They will not be too concerned about the run rate. Uzair 6 of 31 deliveries and Sanjay 9 of 46. Turning out to be a very good partnership. The partnership now of 19 runs of 70 deliveries. So this is the second best partnership in terms of balls faced. Doesn't matter how slow it has been, because 70 deliveries means they have batted almost 12 overs between themselves. That's absolutely stunning in terms of resilience. You can definitely also appreciate Indonesia for the way they have gone about it. They have tried a lot of things. They have attacked and they have been very disciplined. But the only thing that has been something to work on for Indonesia has been their skill to not being able to pick up a wicket once a new batter has come in. We saw that they were playing very defensively, but sometimes the attacking fielder was not there. They realized it, they definitely realized it, but they brought in the catching fielders, especially against spin. But I believe it was a slight bit too late. And another aspect to this bowling lineup is that they have given away 28 extras. So that's really been another thing that will bother them, because in a batting innings when extras are the top scorer, that really tells you that the bowling could have been better. So the over from UN comes to an end. We have had 44 overs completed already, the last 6 overs coming in. So pace from both ends. Starts off with a wide. Once again, we were talking about that discipline which was missing. Too many extras for Indonesia today. After winning the toss, when they decided to have a bowl first, they would definitely have come on with a target in their mind. But with 50, with 53 for 5, definitely we thought that the score would be restricted to much lower, and definitely full credit, that is why, to someone like Biden Lode and Chenso. Now also we have to appreciate the way Sanjay Dorji and Yusei has been going about it. They have played many deliveries between themselves and they're still out there. Talva is brought back into the attack. After a very long time, we're seeing him into this bowling attack. And that is why I'm slightly confused, because in the middle, the batters were just happy to defend those spinners. And the spinners has bowled 10 overs each. They haven't given away many runs, but I thought the faster bowlers could have been better used, because they were the ones who were looking like they'll pick up a wicket, and that really has been the difference maker. And Dalva to continue. Another defensive stroke. Another dot ball. Perhaps Dalva can just try to come over the wicket to the left-hander, because so far we've already seen him bowling a couple of wides on the offside, and this is really showing signs of frustration here in Indonesia. Sanjay Dorji has scored 9 of 46 deliveries, and Jose has scored 6 of 37 so far. The extras are 29, so that's really too many, especially for Indonesia. To think that they won the toss and they decided to have a bowl. They could have just come in much better with the ball in hand in terms of their discipline. And at the moment, I think Bhutan definitely believe that they can bat out the full 50 overs. At 14.3 overs, we saw the fall of the fourth, and at 14.5, we saw fall of the fifth wicket. So in 15 overs, half of the side were back, and now in the 45th over, only two more wickets have fallen. Can you imagine the kind of defensive cricket these batters have played? Absolutely stunning to think of that. 35 overs, only two wickets falling. Absolutely resilient. Once again, they're still batting with a lot of confidence. Just watch that one go to the keeper. And Dalva Effendi finishes his sixth, 45 overs completed, 113 with a loss of 7. Last 5 overs then. Uzair on strike. Yuan to continue. Low full toss outside the off stump. Starts off with a dot. Haven't really seen any Yorkers from these Indonesia fast bowlers. Lost his rhythm. Needs to go back and start off again. Fade away into the left side this time. Another single. The left arm seamer, this time to the left hander. Sanjay is on strike. UN Alvaran trying to bring the ball into the left-hander and solidly behind that one. Another dot ball. Trying to play down the ground and so far hasn't been able to get those away. Three deliveries into this over, not many to come by. At this moment, they will start to think if they can score a few boundaries. They've already set the platforms. They've gotten 114 on the board. Trying to cut that one away, not getting the connection. This time attack the stump. A little bit of a misfield, so that should be a single. And UN Alvaran finishes his fourth over. 46 overs completed, 115 runs on the board.
영모 뷰티나 주피비 진호의 깨끗죠.
Thickish edge this time, but they'll still rotate for a single. Galva is continuing from the other end, giving away 14 runs. And short of pitch delivery down the left side. On that occasion, that has clipped something on the way to the keeper, so umpire did not signal wide. User now on strike, trying to cut that away. Now the dot ball. In this Bhutan innings today, we have seen 10 boundaries. That's a good take. And quite interesting. I thought the batter might be just walking off, but that's not the case. Good changer from Dalva. I was mentioning that in this innings, Bhutan has managed to pick up 10 boundaries and no sixes. It's been a lot of running, and they have been helped by a few extras. 30 runs by extras today, and that is the top score. The second best is their skipper, Karma Wangchuk, 21 of 21. But all the other batters since him have played with a lot of grit, a lot of resilience. Tencho scored 10 of 51, Eldin Lode 18 of 48, and since the two of them, Sanjay Dolti 13 of 59 and Yozer 5 of 39. So once again, we are seeing another good partnership brewing up. This is 24 of 90 deliveries. So this has been the partnership that has faced the most deliveries out there in the middle. So in terms of Indonesian bowling, they haven't really been able to find out a spearhead which can rip through the bowling and the batting of this Bhutan resilience. End of 47, 117 runs on the board, 7 wickets lost, and we're well and truly into the tail of this innings. Last 3 overs, we'll have to wait and watch how much they manage to put on the board. At one stage, I predicted the score might be around that 120 to 130 mark, and looks like that is exactly what is happening.
Last 3 overs. Bhutan, Lapang, Bhutan.
You want to continue. Use of the feet to reach the pitch of the ball, and another dot ball. Fuller delivery this time, and just missing the outside edge. Another dot. Slightly shorter pitch delivery, this time played on the leg side. They'll just be eyeing to pick up a few boundaries here. And this time the left-hander is on the crease. 13 of 59, and that's down the left side, another wide. Much better delivery this time, attacking the stump, and another dot ball. So with that, 3 more deliveries remaining in this over, and so far Indonesia has really lost that energy, that body language, which shows that they're going after wickets from here. They're just trying to finish this innings in terms of the overs remaining, and another wide. And the umpire for a moment thought about it and decides not to call that a wide. This time nicely played, but straight to the fielder. Good running between the wickets. Another single. 48 overs completed, 120 to the loss of 7. And finally a wicket. Sanjay Dorji has to walk back now. He's done his job. 14 runs of 63 deliveries, and finally a wicket for Indonesia. But you have to say that it's too late in the game. He's already done the damage. He's prolonged the innings for Bhutan, and while attempting to play that big shot, he has to walk back to the pavilion. So the right line and length was maintained by Dalva, and finally he's rewarded. Another good Joker to start things off against the new batter. Kinley is the new batsman who's joined Yoser. So two right-handers now out there, and only 8 deliveries remaining in this innings. They'll want to score as many as possible, but so far they've done a very good job defending away the good deliveries. So we'll want to feel for Bhutan and just want to hope that they play out those entire 50 overs because they've really done the hard work. Nicely played. And 3 more deliveries remaining for Dalva Effendi. Bowled well today, but he hasn't really picked up those wickets as often as he would have liked. Short of his delivery, plays straight to short mid wicket. Another dot ball. Alva Fendi has one more delivery remaining, and Yoser is on strike. 7 of 45. He really wants to pick up a boundary here, or maybe just get that single and keep the strike for the last over. Short of his delivery, and to play that on the offside, and definitely he'll keep strike with that single because of that misfield. So 49 overs completed, 122 runs on the board, and we're coming in with the very last over of this contest between Indonesia and Bhutan in the first innings. And here we have the last over then. The captain has decided to go with Sadik. Slashing drive on the offside, missed it completely. So a dot to start things off in this last over. We talk about partnerships. Best partnership today was between Weldon Lode and Kensho, 39 of 85. And we had one between Karma and Sonam Wangchuk, 30 of 43. The other one, or that will be outside edge, chases on to stop it from reaching the boundary. It'll be a single. So the partnership between Sanjay Dorji and Jose was 29 of 99 deliveries. And Sanjay scored 14 in them, and Jose scored 7. So that was really the partnership that took the game very, very deep. 99 deliveries was played between those two batters. Now we have 4 more deliveries remaining. Low for toss, keeper misses it completely. Looks like third man is quite busy in this last over. The body language of Indonesia is really down and out here. They have to uplift themselves. At one stage, we thought that after the fall of 5 wickets at 53, perhaps Indonesia will find out a way to close the innings, but which wasn't the case. The absolute resilience by the Bhutan batters ensured that they really are able to bat out the entire 50 overs. And finally, a wicket. That is the Yorker. Kinley has to go back, and Kadek is rewarded because of delivering that pitch perfect Yorker. But right now, you really have to ask the question that if they have the ability to bowl that Yorker, why didn't they attempt that throughout the innings? But on the other hand, you also have to wonder that perhaps the ball was attempted, but the defense was really that good throughout the innings. So with 2 balls remaining, we'll have to wait and see if Bhutan manages to just play out the 50 overs or not. Kadek will have other ideas. He's bowled well today. Picked up 2 wickets, given away 27 runs. And last batter is the left-handed. So it will be a bit difficult for Kadek because he's shown a little bit of preference against the right-handers. So here we go, 2 more deliveries remaining. Starts off with a wide. Just as I mentioned, that it's a little bit more difficult for him to bowl to the left-hander. With 125 runs on the board already, Bhutan will feel quite comfortable because they've made Indonesia feel for the entire 50 overs. With 2 more deliveries remaining, that might just be true. Have to wait and watch. From the stance, it looks like the batter might just go for a shot. Just away from the reach of the batter, another dot ball. So definitely we can now conclude that they have batted the entire 50 overs, because even if a wicket falls, that will require one more legal delivery. So full credit to Bhutan definitely for their absolute display of resilience today. And here's the last ball that was down the leg side, easily played, and they have put on a score of 127 runs. So that's the end of the innings for Bhutan. They have batted out the full 50 overs and they have finished with exactly 127 runs. This might not be a big total, but full credit to their lower order for showing immense resilience and character. This was a masterclass of grit and survival, and not every innings needs to be flashy, as we mentioned before. And it was about discipline and occupying the crease. The top scorer was still Karma Wangchuk, the skipper, 21 of 21, but it was Belden Lode and Sanjay Dorji's partnership that really took the game deep. Chencho also scored 10 of 51 deliveries. All the batters has batted really well. Mahendra looked good. His 7 overs, he picked up 3 wickets, and Kadek, Kevin, and Dalva all chipped in with economical spells. But eventually, Bhutan played out the whole 50 overs and they were not all out. So we'll be back with live action and the chase. So stay tuned. This will be an exciting contest. Welcome back to the UKM Oval in Malaysia as we gear up for the second innings for this crucial Group A clash in the ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup. Bhutan have posted a total of 127 in their 50 overs. It's not a towering total, but it's definitely one that has been built on sheer grit and resilience. Definitely credit to Bhutan's lower order. They fought hard, defended with heart, and made sure Indonesia has to work hard for every wicket. Mahendra was the standout with the ball for Indonesia. He finished up with 3 wickets, and with 128, the target. On paper, it should be get well for Indonesia, but as we've seen all throughout this tournament, early wickets on can really shake things up. Bhutan definitely we know that if they can strike early, they'll create a lot of pressure and then anything can happen. Conditions are still very good for batting, but there's always a bit of assistance for the bowlers, especially with spin, as we have seen before as well in the previous innings. With spin, it's very difficult to get runs by. So it's all set for an intriguing chase. Let's see if Indonesia can finish the job or will it be Bhutan's bowler who scripts a twist in the tail. I am Abrar Hussain and I'll take you through the chase. Stay with us. We're waiting for the first ball of this innings. Left arm pace to start things off for Bhutan. Starts off with a dot. It's the off spinner, Kevin Niraj, who opens the innings for Indonesia. He was solid with the ball, extremely economical. His 10 overs going for just 10 runs. So now he will have to perform outrageously with the bat because 128 runs will not be easy if wickets fall early. And it's been a good start from Sanjay. He batted well and he has also spent enough time on the crease to know exactly how he must bowl at this wicket. Waiting for the perfect delivery to pick up a wicket here. Been a good start for Sanjay here. So far, he hasn't really allowed Indonesia to open their arm. No room has been provided yet. Kevin Neeraj is batting with Ketut here. And Sanjay, the left arm seamer, has so far done well. They'll have to break down this total in their mind at least and perhaps set small goals which can be eventually easier for them to chase down. So far, just that one run of this over and one more delivery remaining. He's not express. Sanjay Dorji, he's trying to just bowl wicket to wicket. And so far with the new ball, he hasn't really had much swing on offer either. And this is the last ball. Plays well. End of the first over. Indonesia scored 1 run and haven't lost any wicket yet. And we are seeing a different strategy here from Bhutan. Straight away, we're seeing a spinner into the attack, and that is something different in comparison to the attack of Indonesia. When Indonesia were bowling, we saw the introduction of spin after the start of the second power play. But here, on the other hand, straight after the first over of Sanjay, the medium pacer, we're seeing a spinner introduced into the attack. So let's see how he goes. Looks like a mystery spinner to me, coming in with a Sunil Narayan type of an action, hiding the ball behind with his grip, but starts off nicely. Gets a single of the very first ball. As you can see, the action clearly is inspired from someone like Sunil Narayan. Is hiding the grip behind him and trying to just get some turn of the pitch. Kevin Neeraj is on strike now, and he gets that extra bit of bounce this time. Kevin just trying to guide that towards third man, but no connection. Kinley is trying to do something different here, and definitely with that he's extracting a little bit of bounce from the wicket. And this one is turning away from the right-hander, so quite interesting the way he's bowling, and looks like he has good control with the ball. Ketut is now on strike, and he's yet to get off the mark. His partner Kevin Neeraj has already scored 2 runs of the 3 deliveries that he's faced. We're seeing some slight adjustment in the field. Here comes the 4th delivery. Watchful from Ketut. He's yet to get off the mark, but he's not trying to do anything risky here. Kinley so far has started absolutely brilliantly, but Bhutan will be hoping that they can pick up some wickets here, because the target set is not too big. And nicely played once again. It will be another dot ball. The captain fields on that one. One more delivery then remaining in this second over. So far it's been quite economical. Kevin Neeraj has rotated the strike, but Ketut so far is yet to get off the mark. And that is how it will stay. End of the second over, 2 without loss. And it looks like the medium pace is continuing and manages to pick up a single. Sanjay Dorji has started with a lot of promise. He's been economical so far. Second, and this time he's right on target, not really providing a lot of room for Kevin to work with, but it's Ketut rather on strike. Kevin once again has managed to just come off strike, but with this approach, it will be difficult for Ketut to really get a move on here. He's already faced 10 debris. He's yet to get off the mark. Perhaps the intent should have been to just go after the bowling slightly. Otherwise, these Bhutan bowlers can really start getting into the batters quite quickly. They're a good bowling unit. Here comes Sanjay for his fourth delivery. This time wide on the offside. Good take by the keeper. Ketut is yet to get off the mark and he's faced 11 deliveries already. So they're definitely trying to see off that new ball and perhaps thinking of building a partnership here. Not really worried about the run rate. And this time he gets a nice shape and finally Ketut will go off strike. He's off the mark with that single and the ball kept tailing into the right-hander. So still a hint of swing and Kavin Neeraj will be on strike now. This looked to be a player with an all-round effort. He's bowled well today. Now he looks like a batter with solid technique right up top for Indonesia. Two more deliveries remaining. That's nicely bowled. And is driven down the ground but straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. The last ball then in this over with Kavin Neeraj on strike. Scored 3 of 5. Here's Sanjay. That's well placed into the leg side. A good looking flick shot. There's a fielder in the deep. Will only be a single, so he'll keep strike. Indonesia is 6 at the end of 3 overs without loss. And the mystery spinner will continue from the other end. Is also bowled quite economically. Just given away that one run. And this time Kavin Neeraj just rocks back on the back foot and places that one nicely on the leg side for another easy single. I'm quite happy with the approach of Kavin Neeraj here. He's watchful, but he's still rotating the strike. He's finding the gaps quite nicely. But Ketut, on the other hand, has scored 1 of 12 deliveries. He's really building a lot of pressure onto himself. And if that keeps happening, Kinley will be quite happy to see what's happening. A bowler like him will really fancy his chances. And sooner than later, he'll really bowl that one delivery. It can just pick up a wicket. So far, it's not given anything away. Bowling quite well. and this time turning it away from the right-hander. Kinley is nicely mixing it up, and the dot balls have started to really pile on Ketut here. He's played 15 deliveries for just that one run. We have a wider slip in play, and I believe that the sharp off spin is on its way. Maybe that's how he can pick up a wicket here. Ketut has been watchful, definitely. He's played the majority of the deliveries that Bhutan has bowled today. Last ball of the over from Kinley. Kinley Shearing has bowled well, only given away 2 runs. Oh, that will be wide. I think he's lost the grip of it slightly. Last ball of the over. And just stops from playing at that one at the very last moment. 4 overs completed, 8 without loss.
Let's go, batsman! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, Ketut! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, Kevin! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, Ketut! Kevin! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
From here, exactly 120 runs is what they need. Kevin Neeraj is still out there. He's batted well and has shown a lot of promise. He respected the good deliveries, and whenever an opportunity presented, he's rotated the strike quite nicely as well. Sanjay has looked like he will swing the ball into the right-hander more often as he has, but he really lacks that extra bit of pace. He's relying on swing here. But so far, Kevin Neeraj has played all the deliveries that were bowled at him with a lot of comfort. Maybe he can just try to bat as deep as possible, just like on that occasion, he's just used of his wrist and then eventually got in a couple of runs there. My only concern right now is of Ketut. He has played 17 deliveries for that one run, and of course, a batter can afford to spend some time, but as an opener out there, he has looked like he's struggling a little bit. He hasn't really been able to find the gaps, and that's a good looking drive. Straight to the fielder, so that will be a dot ball, but Kevin Neeraj has highly impressed today, especially with the way he's bowled. And now, since coming out to bat, he's already scored 7 of 10. So he's batting with quite a healthy strike rate. And his partner at the other end really need to support him nicely. So far, the runs have only come from one side. Once again, opening the face of the bat, puts the body on the line and stops it from reaching the boundaries. A good fielding from Bhutan. But once again, we see a hint of class from Kevin Neeraj. Now, Ketut will be on strike to face Sanjay Dorji. He's given away 8 runs, and now he will want to pick up a wicket. And if it's bowling to that man, Ketut, today, I think it's the easier choice between the two batters regarding whom the bowler will fancy their chances against. Slightly wider, so loss of control, but the keeper is unable to stop that. The batters have rotated for a couple of runs. That's good running. Definitely good call from Ketut. He saw an opportunity that the fielder had not collected the ball, and the calling between the two batters was absolutely spot on. Two deliveries remaining now in this over. a good shape and straight to the fielder. So another dot ball, and he's already faced 18 deliveries now for that single. And this new ball, this new white ball, doesn't really swing for too long here. And the pitch here at UKM is known to benefit spinners, and we've seen that. This misty spinner from the other end has bowled quite economically, and Indonesian opening batter Ketut has really tried to be quite defensive out here so far. Kevin Neeraj from the other end has looked quite comfortable, and 5 overs have been completed. The score is 14 without loss, and we'll be waiting to see if the mystery spinner continues. Looks like it. Tries to chase that one on the offside. I mean Neeraj, but he's showing some intent here. And umpire signals wide. 14 runs on the board already. Kinley so far has bowled the ball that is turning away from the right-hander too often. So I think they can start playing him as more or less a bowler who bowls the top spin kind of deliveries more often. And it's coming to Neeraj at a slower speed compared to the medium pacer, so he can really adjust. But I don't think he'll be shying away if the ball pitches full. It's already shown that he's trying to play those cover drives. So that one rises. He's a bit surprised with the bounce that has extracted of that delivery. Well adjusted. Neeraj is looking good out there. He's reading the ball quite well. Looks like something was bothering him, and he stops the ball midway. And now watches that one go to the keeper. Now the dot ball from Kinley. So far, he's only given away 4 runs. He's bowling well. And continues bowling the dot deliveries here. Neeraj so far in this over haven't really picked up the runs as often as he would have liked. This time pushes it down to log on for a single. So for the last delivery, Ketut will be on strike. And Kinley, on the other hand, will fancy his chances against Ketut, who scored 1 run of 19 deliveries. Here's his last delivery of his 3rd over. And on the offside, just lets that one go. 6 overs completed, 16 without loss. The medium pacer to continue, and once again it's Kevin Neeraj who's interrupting. Looks like it's It's the 12th man of Bhutan who's just walking near the boundary line, and that is affecting the sight of Kevin. And now we start off the 7th over, right on the money. It's been a steady and watchful start. No fireworks definitely yet. The openers have done their job so far by keeping the wickets intact. Kevin Neeraj is 9 of 18 deliveries now. He's looked solid, played a couple of nice punches, but he hasn't taken any risk. And at the other end, Ketut is 1 of 19, very circumspect so far, content to see of how the new ball is behaving. And a punch of the back foot, very good looking shot, but straight to the fielder on that occasion from Neeraj. Bhutan bowlers have done well to keep things tight. They're stuck to a foolish length outside off stump to ask the right questions, and the fielders have also backed them up with good energy inside the circle. And this is, truly speaking, exactly what Indonesia would have wanted in the first place. That is a cautious start with no loss. A very good looking flick this time. There's deep mid wicket in play for exactly that shot. So another couple of runs, good running between the wickets. Since the target is very modest, there's actually no need to rush, so they can be watchful. And I do expect that the intent to shift around the 10 overs mark if the wickets are still intact. For now, it's all about laying the platform, and this opening pair is doing exactly that. Three more deliveries remaining in this over from Sanjay Doji. So far, he hasn't really looked threatening. He's bowled within himself, and so far he hasn't really gotten much swing either, in spite of bowling with the new ball. Two more deliveries remaining, and Ketut will be on strike. Kevin Neeraj has moved on to 12 of 20 deliveries, and here's Ketut on strike against Sanjay Doji. Once again, just happy to watch that go. No shots played at that one. Last ball of this over. Once again, outside the off stump, just happy to let that one go. End of the 7th over, 19 without loss. Kinley to continue, and a rare loosener from him. Played that one nicely, straight to the fielder. So starts off with a dot, but I believe Kevin would feel that he's missed out on a scoring opportunity. It's not too often that he has persisted on that leg stump line. So far, we've seen him bowling on the offside more often. This time attacks the stump, and Kevin defends that one quite nicely. Sanjay Doji has bowled 4 overs, given away 14 runs, and on the other hand, Kinley Shearing has bowled 3.1, given away just the 5 runs. This partnership, this opening partnership, is already of 19, and most of the runs have been scored by Kevin Neeraj. So it's important for him to continue and perhaps just bat through the first 10, and like I mentioned before, maybe just after the end of the power play start scoring those singles more freely. Good looking punch of the back foot, but this time the bowler feels of his own bowling. Another dot ball. Kinley has been very economical. He's not really allowed any freebies. Fuller delivery, once again trying to play that on the leg side. It's a bit risky because the spinner is actually pushing him deeper and deeper into the wicket. Maybe suddenly he can just bowl one quicker through the air into the stump, and the batter will be committed on the back foot, which can suddenly allow that fall of a wicket. Oh, this is well fielded. It was nicely played off the back foot, but he did not get the gap. So Kinley finishes 8 overs completed, 19 without loss. On the offside, and once again the similar trend. The batter does not attempt a shot. This time just outside the off stump, and decides to have a go at that. Sonam Wanchuk has replaced the left arm seamer. He's himself one. So the captain of Bhutan is just trying to rotate the bowlers. Karma brings in Sonam here. Sonam did well with the bat, and now he's trying to replicate his effort with the ball in hand, and the all-rounder definitely trying to attack the stump. And Ketut has scored 1 of 24 deliveries now. It's really been slightly surprising for me to see the approach of Ketut as an opener. One thing is watching the tail trying to negotiate as many attacking deliveries as possible, and the other thing is seeing an opener right up top trying to just play defensive strokes at everything. So I'm just starting to wonder if his approach can put someone like Kevin Neeraj in any kind of pressure situation or not, because he spent a lot of time in the crease. Now suddenly, if he plays a loose shot and loses his wicket, that will really be bothersome for Indonesia. This time deviating down the leg side, ball swinging down the leg side as well. So another wide from Bhutan. I think the intention of Ketut is just to frustrate the Bhutan bowlers, just like they did to Indonesia. But on the other hand, I was also hoping for them to be slightly more aggressive, because with the fielding restriction in, they could have gotten a lot of value for their shots. But so far, Ketut has been quite happy defending everything. Sonam Wangchuk is coming to bowl his last. And once again, Ketut defends. End of the 9th over, 20 without loss. And once again, we're seeing that the mystery spin to continue. Kinley has been so economical, but he hasn't featured in the wickets column. So full credit definitely to Indonesia. Ketut has scored 1 of 28 and Kevin Neeraj 13 of 27. And this is the last over of the batting power play. I would have been happier if the score was around 30 since they haven't lost any wicket. But I believe Indonesia will be taking this, and so will be Bhutan. But they'll be slightly disappointed that at least they haven't taken any wickets. Finally, we see an attempted off drive from Ketut, but it does not reach the boundary. It is stopped by the fielder. It's another dot ball. Solidly behind that one, another defense. 2 more deliveries remaining. And so far, Kinley has only given away 6 runs. So he's done a good job with the ball in hand. This time, short pitch, pulled away. But fielder does very well to stop that one. And that was, I think that was quite poor running. They should have run for that because there was enough time for them until the fielder would have balanced himself and picked up the ball. Nevertheless, another wide ball. And this time the keeper and the slip misses. Ball is racing towards the boundary and it will reach. So byes will be signaled by the umpire. Not the best of effort by the wicket keeper and the slip fielder. They were just looking at each other. Perhaps if he decided to chase, it would be possible to stop that. And Indonesia will definitely take this. Crucial run. And last ball of the power play. Kinley, who's bowled so well, will be very disappointed with that effort. flighted delivery this time, straight to the fielder. A dot to finish the 10th, 26 runs without loss.
Laki 25, laki 25. Sabar, sabar. Sabar. On punches, on punches. On punches, on punches. 25 yang baru ni. On. Gal. 25. Ya.
Looks like we have a change in the bowling. Another left-arm seamer, but this time short and wide and cut away beautifully. Finally, a boundary off the bat of Ketut, and that was much needed. Or rather, it is Kevin. It is Kevin, the same man who's played it quite comfortably. Looked good whenever he played any shot on the offside. And Tidrel is welcomed with a boundary here. Kevin, Neeraj and Ketut have been cautious, almost overly so at times, but they have absorbed the early pressure from Bhutan's bowlers, who have kept things tight and disciplined. And the scoring rate was just 2.6 up until the 10th over. That is something that is perhaps well below what they would have wanted to. But with all 10 wickets in hand and the required rate still under 3.5, Indonesia won't be too worried. Bhutan, on the other hand, will be quietly pleased. They haven't made a breakthrough yet, but they have built pressure. One wicket here could really spark something. And the stage is now actually set for Indonesia to finally start shifting the gears with wickets in hand and the initial platform laid. The middle overs are now approaching, so it's time to see who can take control. I'll be very interested to see how Ketut now goes about his innings. Will he continue defending, or now that the fielding restriction is lifted, will he start placing the ball in the gaps and start rotating the strikes more often? Wide on the offside this time. So the extras are really helping Indonesia here. And from what I can see here is that there is a strong breeze that is blowing. It's making the stay of the support stuff quite difficult. And here comes Israel to continue. Up against Ketut here. Easy picking this time down the leg side. There's a fielder at deep fine leg, so it will only be a single. So finally the second run comes for Ketut here. It's 2 of 35 right now. And quietly Kevin Neeraj is doing his job. 18 of 29. Israel has come out to bowl and he's looked a little bit quicker than the other seamers, but so far no success for any of them. And this is a no ball. Indonesia will be happy that Neeraj is on strike, and he'll really fancy his chances against the medium pacer. No ball is one offense which is quite unforgivable, and especially with the scoring rate in control, Bhutan wouldn't have wanted this. Indonesia need 96 runs to win from here on, and this free hit can just shift the gears for Indonesia. Let's see how Neeraj goes about it. Interesting delivery coming up, and could not really get a hold of that one. He wanted to play that one over mid wicket, but not really getting the connection he wanted. Takes a single and goes off strike. So for the last delivery, Ketut will be on strike. Nicely played on the offside. So another single for Ketut, who will keep strike. 11 overs completed. It's 36 without loss.
Indonesia! Indonesia! Indonesia!
And the misty spinner will continue. That's what it looks like. Once again starts off well, and his bowling to Ketut, who scored 3 of 37 now. And finally capitalizing on that loose ball that was going way down the leg side, and he plays that short pitch ball quite well, this time getting the gap to perfection, and finally a boundary for Ketu. Finally, Ketu breaks the shackles, a boundary after what felt like an eternity. He moves to 7 of 38, 39 now, and that will ease some nerves in the Indonesian camp. It wasn't the most extravagant of the pull shots, but he ensured that he gets the gap. The timing was definitely sweet, and Bhutan will definitely start feeling the pressure right now. They were tightening the noose with dot after dot, but with this 4, it just resets the momentum. Good use of the feet and going towards the pitch of the ball as well. Another dot for Kinley, coming in to bowl the last ball of the 6th. And the dot to finish. End of 12, it's 40 without loss.
Let's go, Kevin! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, Dharma! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, Kevin! Let's go, Dharma! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
That's too far on the offside, so that's been given as a wide. Israel is looking to get that on the stump, but once again slightly down the leg side. That's a dot ball. Both these batters now have started to look very comfortable out there in the middle, and so far Bhutan is really looking for that breakthrough. And that's nicely cut away, this time all along the carpet, but a fielder is in deep, so that will only be a single, but a very good looking shot from Neeraj. He's moved on to 20 of 33, so playing exactly in the fashion that is required of him. On the other hand, Ketut, 7 of 42, really needs to get a move on here, because at this stage, if he gets out, then Indonesia will really find themselves in a spot of bother. So he really needs to continue from here on. And the good thing really has been that Bhutan has bowled a few extras, so they're seemingly returning the favor. Just when I say that, here's another one. So, in spite of this slowish kind of an innings from Ketut, the runs have really started to come for Indonesia. Currently, the score is 43 runs, and Jidrel hasn't been quite economical. Much better bowling was expected of him. He comes in with a nice run up. Still very young. Of course, we are in the under 16 stage. It's very clean kind of a run up and a lovely release. But so far, he hasn't been in the right areas, providing that room that batters need to play shots freely. And here, 3 balls already bowled. And since Kavin Neeraj has gone off strike, once again the runs have not started to flow. That's been the story, hasn't it? Jidrel will just want to pick up the wicket here. He's coming aggressively into it. Once again plays with soft hands. Another dot ball. So far, 4 bowlers have been used by the skipper of Bhutan, Karma. Sanjay, 4 overs for 14 runs. Kinley, 6 for 15 runs. Almost looked like there would be an outside edge on that occasion, but missed it completely. Sonam Wanchuk had bowled 1 over for just that 1 run, and then he was taken off the attack. After that, Jidrel came in to bowl. Jidrel Dorji has bowled 1.5 overs for 13 runs, so he's been slightly expensive, but nobody so far has picked up a wicket, and this is turning out to be a very good partnership for Indonesia. They've come out to bat with a target of 128 runs in their mind. Once again, straying down the leg side, another wide. After the batters came out to bat with a target of 128, now they just need 85 runs. So if a wicket does not fall, this will turn out to be a walk in the park for Indonesia, and they must be well aware of that. And I think full credit must be given to someone like Kavin Neeraj. Firstly, he did brilliantly with the ball in hand, and now he's opened the innings and still out there. And the kind of innings that he has played has especially allowed someone like Ketut to play his kind of innings. 7 of 46 now, and that will be the end of the over. 13 overs have been completed. It's 44 without loss. So far, after winning the toss, Indonesia had decided to have a bowl first with the aid of a good partnership between Karma and a few others in between, Eldin Lotre and Sanjay Dorji. They've managed to put on a score of 127, and when they came out to bat with a target of 128, so far they have been unharmed. None of the bowlers have been able to pick up any wickets, and Kevin Neeraj is on 20 of 33, and Ketu Dharmaputra is 7 of 46. And looks like Kinsley is continuing. Very good looking drive all along the ground. There is a protection at deep cover, so it will only be a single, but Kevin Neeraj has looked good. He's played some classic cricket shots and he's rotated the strike quite beautifully. Once again, it will be Ketut on strike, and Kinley will be just trying to pick up a wicket here. Defends again, not the dot. Kinley really has been the pick of the bowlers so far. He has attacked the stumps, sometimes he's turned the ball away from the right-hander, but he hasn't had success yet in terms of a wicket. This time playing away from the body, and Ketut goes off strike. Is 8 of 48 now. Brings back Neeraj on strike. Another good looking flick shot. But Neeraj once again gets another single. The runs have now started to finally flow for Indonesia. They're batting quite smoothly here. And so far, Bhutan is absolutely looking clueless against this batting of Indonesia. That one kept slightly lower. Did well to negotiate that. Another dot ball. Last ball of the over. Guides that towards point. And Kinley finishes with a dot. 14 overs completed, 48 without loss. And with that, we have another change in the bowling. And now we are seeing spin from both ends. Kevin Neeraj is on strike. And now lots of open spaces are visible in the field. We'll have to wait and watch if he gets the gap. Good looking shot. This time through the offside. And once again, good running. straight away Kavin Neeraj gets a single of the very first ball. Trying to reach that one, but eventually missing it as well. Sonam wants us to continue. For a moment, the bowler thought there was an opportunity, but we can see that Kevin Neeraj is indicating that, but we can still have some time. It's okay. Be watchful. Partnership is 48 now, and you can see that gives a thumbs up straight away after that forward defense. So very good communication between these two batters, and that is something that we can appreciate. This time, a loose delivery on the leg side. He plays that nicely into the leg side for easy single. So 49 on the board already. It's turning out to be a solid partnership right at the top from Indonesia. Once again, another low full toss, and Kavin Neeraj plays that one quite comfortably down the ground, and that brings up the 50 stand between these two batters. When they came out to bat, they were quite watchful, and eventually at the completion of 15 overs, they put 50 on the board. So this has been a very good partnership between these two youngsters. And with that, another change in the bowling. Ketut is off strike now. Kavin Neeraj on strike. 15 overs completed, and definitely we can say that Indonesia are cruising along at 50 without loss, and they have come out to bat with a target of 128. Neeraj has looked quite in control. He scored 24 of 37 now. He's rotated the strike nicely and he's punished the loose ones. On the other hand, Ketut continues to play the long game, just like we've seen the batters from Bhutan. Just when I say that, that is cut away beautifully. Excellent shot from Kavin Neeraj. An opportunity was presented and he capitalized. Just look at that. Slightly short pitch just outside the off stump and cut away beautifully. Bhutan is really bowling without any kind of reward. The wicket is seemingly easing out just now, and unless the strike zone, this opening stand could really take the game away from them. From Indonesia's perspective, it's the perfect platform. They still have 10 wickets in hand. And the asking rate is well under 3 now. Once again, short and wide. This time umpire signals a wide. So Peldon Lode is struggling for rhythm here. He has really allowed the batters to settle in nicely. And at the moment, just 73 runs needed. So they have done the hard yards, these two batters, and now they look to shift gears gradually in the next 5 to 10. So we'll have to see who is the man with the golden arm for Bhutan. Once again, a low full toss, but this time he's unable to put that one away. whenever Kevin has played more classically, it has benefited him. And so far, we haven't really seen those muscle power yet. On occasion, we have seen him bat against a free hit. Even then, he did not really play that big shot too well. So that's really one side perhaps he can improve on. Kevin Neeraj otherwise has been very good to watch. Once again plays nicely but doesn't get the gap. Another dot ball. But Kevin Neeraj continues to impress really. He has been the one holding this chase together with calm authority, if I can say that. Stand the ball beautifully, found the gaps, and he's kept the scoreboard ticking. This time on the leg side, perhaps there was a blind spot. Did not give us an impression that he was in full control of that one. But his innings has been fully composed and a very mature knock, definitely. And exactly a chase like this needed that. Shorter wide this time, trying to cut that one away. An appeal there. Quite optimistic. Umpire not in favor, but another dot ball. We'll have to just wait and see if Kevin Neeraj can just continue for another 20-25 runs from here on. Because if he picks up his half century, another 20-25 runs on the board would definitely mean that Indonesia will definitely be cruising. Good over for Indonesia. Weldon Lode, 6 runs from that over. 16 completed, 56 without loss.
Main sampai istirahat minum.
This time played into the leg side, and it will be a single, and that will be in Kevin Neeraj on strike. He's facing Sonam Wangchuck, just giving away 5 runs. No full toss this time, and he smashes it on the leg side. Just a couple of bounces and a boundary for Kevin Neeraj. Just have a look at that one. A low full toss. He wouldn't have missed out on that one at this stage of his game, and no chance really for the fielder in the deep. 32 of 44 now for this man. Is batting at a strike rate of just above 65. Definitely Indonesia will take that. Sonam Wangchuck really has to bowl a better line and length. He cannot afford to bowl low full tosses at this set man. Happy to just defend that. A dot ball for him. Kevin Neeraj so far has played most of his scoring shots through the cover region, a few of them towards backward of point, and most of the other shots have come between that mid wicket to long on area. So he hasn't really played anything towards that square leg region or behind square. So that's something that these bowlers can really work on. Perhaps they can bring in a few faster bowlers and maybe use short pitch deliveries at him. There is a slight bit of a confusion in the middle, and it has been cleared up. So as we were saying that most of the runs of Neeraj today have come from the long on to deep mid-wicket region, that's on the leg side. As you can see, an evidence of that. He's done that throughout his innings. So as a captain, you need to start thinking of what is making the batter comfortable and perhaps change things up accordingly. We haven't seen him play anything towards that square leg or backward square leg area. Perhaps to make him attempt something like that, the bowler can just change his line and length slightly. This time it was to Ketut and an appeal there, umpire not in favor. So perhaps we can mix it up in terms of the Bhutan bowlers and bring in a fast bowler who bowls in slightly shorter just to change things up slightly. On the other hand, Ketut has not scored many, but that's good running between the wickets. That was a wide ball, and I think Kevin Neeraj spotted it quite early that the keeper had missed it completely. So it will be wide, and they will run at that. So extras once again costing Bhutan here. Excellent call from Kevin Neeraj. In comparison with Kevin Neeraj, Ketut has played the ball square of the wicket more often. He has picked up that one boundary that was played towards deep backward square leg area, or fine leg rather. So they are scoring in different areas of the ground, and that's something that can actually make them more comfortable out there in the middle. 17 overs have been completed, 65 without loss, and looks like players are having a drink. We're back after the slight drinks break. 17 overs were completed, and Indonesia are in a commanding position at 65 without loss. The chance of 128 is being handled with real calmness and control. Kevin Neeraj has looked absolutely superb, 33 of 46, playing with confidence and absolute precision out there. He's found the boundaries when needed and kept the scoreboard moving at a healthy rate. On the other hand, Ketut has been patient. He's been very patient on 10 of 57. Just watches that one go. So well started. Ketut's role has been more about the occupation more than acceleration, but to his credit, he has definitely kept the wicket intact. On the other hand, Bhutan are definitely in desperate need of a breakthrough, and the longer this 10 continues, the more difficult it becomes to claw back into the contest. Indonesia are just 63 away from victory with all 10 wickets in hand. The platform couldn't be more solid, and it's time to see if they start shifting gears or they stick exactly the way they have gotten the runs by. We see another wide, and the wides and the extras hasn't really helped Bhutan in any way. So far, they have gotten the runs with a lot of ease, and partnership has been quite a clinical one. Belden Lode has given away 7 runs in his 1.4, and so far after the drinks break, Kevin Neeraj has been a little bit watchful. Just watch the leggies go by. 62 runs now needed, and this time tries to play that on the offside, but it's another dot ball. So we'll be waiting to see the last ball of this over. And so far, Kevin Neeraj has definitely been the player to watch out for today. He was absolutely clinical with ball in hand. Gets an inside edge onto that one, and the ball is racing away. Looks like fortune favors the brave. That is the proverb that has come true on that occasion as well. That was just an inside edge, but looks like these are fortunate runs for Neeraj. With that boundary, Neeraj moves on to 37 of 51 deliveries. And with the dot to finish, 18 overs completed, 70 without loss. And Ketu's on strike. Takes it straight to short cover. A dot to start off. Sonam Wangchuk has bowled 3 overs and given away just 13 runs before this. Starts off well, and it's been a very good innings in terms of composure from Ketut. is seen off that new ball completely now. It's very hot and humid out there. So life has become very difficult for Bhutan. Once again, this time it's a low full toss. Plays that down the ground. There's a fielder. It will only be down to a single. That single brings back Kevin on strike. Happy to just defensively play at that one. And that's a dot ball. Two more deliveries remaining in this over. It's been a good one for Bhutan. And once again plays it nicely down the ground for another single. I think Bhutan is really missing out on a trick here. Whenever Kevin Neeraj is batting, they really should be playing with a short mid wicket, because that's the area where he has picked up most of his singles from. If there would have been more analysis, that's something that these teams could really work with. Another wide, and a good call from Neeraj is on strike for the last ball of this over. 56 runs now needed, and this is the last ball of the 19th. Nicely played once again, straight down the ground, and after the completion of 19 overs, the score is 75 without loss. In this bowling innings, Bhutan have given away 25 extras, and Kevin Neeraj has scored 39 runs, which is the combined highest score today. He is just 11 runs away from his half century. And that's a full toss outside the off stump. He will never miss out on that one. Another boundary and a shot of absolute authority from Kevin Neeraj. He waits and waits on to that one, and eventually decides exactly where he wants to play that. Beautiful shot. Well then, Lode, the leg spinner, tried to just slide that one. Eventually could not pitch it. And Kevin Neeraj is not in that kind of a frame of mind where he'll miss out on that. He's quickly moved on to 43 of 56 deliveries. And even on that occasion, he wanted to sneak in a single. Ketut, I think, made the right call. It would have been very risky. The run rate is now over 4, so they're batting quite comfortably out there. Just stops himself from having a go at that one at the very last moment. Well bowled. A good comeback by the bowler after that first boundary. This time he plays the cut shot beautifully, and this time there's a fielder in the deep, so it will only be a single. Goes a strike and brings back Ketut. Eldon Lode is given away 16 runs in his 2.4. Two more deliveries remaining. Ketut is on strike. A low full toss, and this time smashes it. There's a fielder there, and he messes it up. That really should have been taken, because that was the first opportunity that came their way, and it's none other than the leg spinner, because sometimes they can make a mistake out of the batter, that lapse in concentration. Fielder was brightly placed there as well, but he's safe. Kevin Neeraj now on strike. and Weldon has to go back and start again because he lost his rhythm. Here's the last ball. And this time, Navin Neeraj plays that on the leg side. Another single. So 20 overs completed. It's 82 without loss. And this is turning out to be an absolute walk in the park for Indonesia. As you can see in the match summary, especially concentrating on the second innings, Navin Neeraj and Ketut are both still out there. 45 of 60 and 12 of 61, and nothing on the wickets column. That's the story in this second innings. None of the Bhutan bowlers are really helping their cause, and it's been very easy for Indonesia so far. Absolutely cruising out there. They really need someone to step up. Navin Neeraj is continuing to lead the way. He's batting with a lot of fluence and that occasional purpose as well. Once again, that's played so well down the ground. It's absolutely effortless. Whenever Kevin Neeraj has attempted that shot down the ground, he's picked up that single, and I'm still very surprised to not see that short mid-wicket in play, which can eventually stop that single from coming. Nevertheless, Ketut, on the other hand, has played the supporting role to perfection. He's faced similar deliveries but only scored 12 runs, while his strike rate remains modest. His ability to occupy the crease has really helped Indonesia because his stay has really blunted that new ball threat, and it has also allowed Neeraj to express himself from the other side. And so far, Sonam Wangchuk is continuing. Indonesia need just 45 runs on the board. And here comes Sonam to Neeraj. An inside edge. You have to run quickly. So decides against it. That's the end of the over. It's 21 overs completed rather, and 84 without loss. It's taking some time to get his card right, and the spinner starts off once again. It is 13 of 63 now. Is that one on the offside? Straight to the fielder, so a dot to begin. Palmer has introduced a new bowler in the attack. This partnership is turning out to be a very good one, so it's trying something different. Dawa is the new bowler. Zankawa already started with 2 dot balls against Ketu. Excited delivery and happy to just let that one go. The current run rate is around 4, so it's very healthy. Trying to play that on the offside, not getting the connection he wants. Another dot ball. So he started off brilliantly here with 4 dot balls on the trot. Indonesia still need 44 runs to win from here. Have all 10 wickets in hand. That will be a wide. And I noticed this young man is coming straight in front of the umpire. Sometimes if he does that, he will receive a call from the umpire that is obstructing his view. He needs to keep a mind of that. And that is a soft dismissal. That was turning away from the right-hander. It was short and wide, and the cut shot was not played with a lot of comfort. Went up in the air, straightforward catch. Really not the best delivery to pick up a wicket, but Bhutan will be very happy to finally get the wicket of Ketut Dharmaputra. He goes back, scoring 13 of 68 deliveries. It was a very long stay, but at one stage we have to say that this is exactly what was needed because he definitely blunted that new ball. He goes back, and now Indonesia will feel they already have done a good job, and with 9 wickets in hand, they'll probably want to get the runs at a slightly quicker rate. We'll have to watch how it goes from here on, but definitely the change has worked for Bhutan. Last ball of this over, and that was a better delivery, well bowled, and that will be a dot to finish. Almost picking up the off stump with that leg spinner. Batter not really in the best position to play that. It's Divit Nanda. He needs to have a better look at the ball, perhaps, and almost committing a mistake. 22 overs completed, 85 now with the loss of 1 wicket. 43 runs still needed, and Bhutan really will hope that they can pick up a couple of more wickets to crawl back into this innings. Kevin Neeraj on strike now, and spin to continue. Short ball played on to the leg side, chases on. That should be good enough for a couple of runs, but decides against it. So just goes off strike and brings in Divit Nanda. And looks like Divid Nanda doesn't want to hold back. If it's in his hitting arc, he'll just go after it. That's the impression he's giving me, definitely. Straight that down the ground, and he goes off the mark, opens his account. Now Kavin Neeraj is back on strike. Gets a low full toss, plays it on the leg side. This time they should be eyeing that double. Once again, he settles against it. Perhaps he's feeling a bit exhausted out there. He's been out there since the very beginning. Already faced 66 deliveries for his 48 runs. Maybe Divid Nanda can take care of the hitting for him. Played on the leg side. Wicketkeeper goes all the way and stops it. Good work by him. Another dot ball. Sonam Wakchuk has come up with a good over so far. Two more deliveries remaining. And a misfield that will allow the single to be taken and bring back up in. Last ball of this over. Sonam to continue. Kavin Neeraj on strike. And once again another misfield, and with that a well-deserved half century for Kavin Neeraj. He gets there in just 69 deliveries, and it's been a knock of real class and control. And definitely, young man, you can raise your bat and you can celebrate. Rounds of applause even from the opponent. So he's timed the ball beautifully, he's rotated the strike smartly, and he never looked rushed. And in a chase like this, his composure was everything. Neeraj has shown that he has style in abundance. What stands out is also the maturity. He's taken up the gaps quite beautifully. He's played percentage cricket and he has definitely kept the scoreboard ticking. This has been the anchor around for Indonesia's chase, and now we want to finish as the target is well within reach now. He's very calm, that's the best thing about him. He's played some very good shots, but never really gave any kind of opportunity for Bhutan to capitalize on. That's nicely placed, but fielded as well. A dot to start off for the leg spinner. Sejang Dawa has picked up a wicket. He's given away just one run, so he's bowling well. Slighted delivery, this time cut away, but once again not getting the gap. Another wide down the leg side. And that will be another one, this time on the offside. That single was of Divid Nanda. Now Kavin Neeraj is on strike. Another dot delivery. Sejang Dawa has actually bowled well. Leg spin is not a very easy style of bowling to be done at this stage. Still very young, requires a lot of talent and Lots of hard work at the net. So far, he's bowled well, even in his second. And that is short pitch just over the fielder at short square leg. That will be another boundary. And this time, for sure, he has reached the milestone. For a moment, I thought there was an opportunity there for the square leg fielder, but it went just over his head. So calculated risk from Kevin Neeraj here, and he picks up that boundary. Slightly delivery, and once again the keeper missing that one, so it will be another single. Umpire signal by. And with that, the over is completed. So after the end of 24 overs, it's 97 for 1. What a day this man is having. With the ball in hand, he's 10 overs going for just 10 runs and picked up a wicket. Now with the bat in hand, he opened the innings for Indonesia and he's already scored 53 of 73 deliveries. So it's been a one-man show for Indonesia. They found a hero in Kevin Neeraj. Still young, has lots of good years to come, and that's been his signature. Whenever he is rocked back in the crease, he's used his back foot nicely, and still we haven't seen that short mid-wicket, exactly where you can see that fielder walking. I thought maybe the captain of Bhutan can have a fielder and stop him from rotating, but it wasn't the case. This time, Divit Nanda plays it down the ground and gets another single. Kevin Neeraj is looking a bit tired now, and it's definitely not easy. He's already faced 75 deliveries and he's already gotten 54 runs. So to be still batting out there, it will not be easy for him. Once again, use of the wrist and rocks back on his back foot, another single, and with that 100 comes up on the board. So now not much remaining in this chase, and much to the happiness of the crowd, Indonesia is cruising this stage. This time plays it nicely down the ground and almost picking up a gap. Excellent work in the deep to stop that from reaching the boundary, but nevertheless completes 2 runs in the process. Neeraj has hit 6 boundaries and has picked up most of the runs throughout that mid-wicket region. We talked about it, that Kevin Neeraj has been scoring most of his runs from mid-wicket to that long on area, and he's also placed a few towards the offside. But so far we haven't seen the most of attacking increase from the bowlers of Bhutan. They've allowed a few singles, and that is why at this stage 25 overs completed, it's 102 with a loss of 1. And so far the match summary tells us the story of a very one-sided contest in terms of the batting. Indonesia have found a hero in Kevin Neeraj. He has scored 55 of 76 and only one man in the wickets column. Kazang Dawa has picked up a wicket, given away 7 runs in his 2, and the run rate is well over 4. So this has been a comfortable chase so far, and only 26 runs now needed for victory. Divit Nanda and Kevin Neeraj have started to build a good partnership. It's already 17 in 19 deliveries. And let's see how he goes about it from here on. Starts off with a wide, needs to adjust his line and length slightly. Nicely cut away, but no runs there. And that's very well bowled. Zhangzawa is really purchasing something from this wicket here. Kevin Neeraj feels that there's some uneven bounce on that. Perhaps that's why he's just pushing it slightly. Short pitch delivery pulled away, and I think that went all the way. Yes, umpire confirms it. What a shot from Kevin Neeraj. This time he's really turning on the heat here. Just have a look at that one. He adjusts quite nicely. He knew that it's short pitch from the moment it was delivered and adjusts himself very well and hits it over square leg for another six. Sighted delivery this time straight towards the cover. Will only be a dot. Short pitch again. This time played down the ground. Will be another single. Twenty-six overs have been completed. 111 runs on the board with a loss of 1, and 17 runs now needed for Indonesia to come out victorious. So far, only 1 wicket has fallen. Dawa is the bowler who picked it. In spite of that, his 3 overs have gone for quite expensive, given away 16 runs. So Bhutan have not really found someone who can pick up wickets at regular interval, and that's been the story. David Nanda, since coming, have already scored 5 of 7 deliveries, so he hasn't given away any kind of chance for Bhutan to settle in. And since that fall of wicket, Kevin Neeraj has also looked more aggressive. He's already hit the first maximum for Indonesia, and alongside he's also hit 6 boundaries. Here comes the left arm seamer. Plays that one nicely. What a shot to the offside. And that one races away to the boundary. And Kevin Neeraj is now turning out to show how good he is up the top order for Indonesia. Just have a look at that one. And just quite beautifully with the back foot and pierces the gap to absolutely perfection. Once again, Sergey Dorji is greeted to the boundary. The very first ball going for boundary always makes it easier for the batter to settle in the rest of the deliveries in the over. And Kevin Neeraj will be just trying to pick a single and go off strike because that's been his template. He's been very watchful. He's been very mature. And this time, once again, it's pitched off the off stump and lots of room provided and another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Kevin Neeraj. And now looks like they are in a hurry to chase this total down. Beautiful shot. One of the shot of the day today. That square drive and results in another boundary. Fuller delivery this time, and this time straight to the fielder, so a dot ball. And another flick shot, beautifully played, this time for a single on the leg side. And another dot ball, this time to Divit. Kevin Neeraj has scored two back-to-back boundaries, both of them delectable looking shots towards the offside. And now that Divit Nanda is on strike, doesn't have much to be chased, just 8 runs required. Fuller delivery just outside the leg stump, so did not pitch on line for that appeal to make the umpire interested. Another dot ball, but just 8 runs needed, and Kevin Neeraj has quickly moved on to 71 runs of 86, and they have quickly moved on to play at this stage. The run rate is well over 4.5. Kevin Neeraj moves on to 71 of 88 deliveries, and what an absolute gem of an innings this has been. And for a moment, I think he'll start to wonder if Bhutan had put some more score on the board, perhaps he could have eyed that century. It's been a very calm and composed and completely in control kind of innings from Kevin Neeraj, and he's taken Indonesia to the very doorstep of victory. That will be another single for Kevin Neeraj. And this has been a knock that has been full of maturity. He bats in a way that looks like he has more experience, and he bats with maturity beyond his years. Just the tempo of this game quite beautifully. He's absorbed the pressure from early on, and he's rotated the strike whenever needed, and plays that uppish this time. Divit Nanda is that on the offside ball, perhaps is stopped just before reaching the boundary, but not before they complete a double. The innings today from Kevin Neeraj definitely is the kind of innings that every coach would highlight. And it's not just for the runs, but for the game awareness, the shot selection, and definitely the temperament under pressure. Much better from the spinner. David Nanda is caught in the crease. Will be another dot ball. Just 5 runs needed. We'll have to see if they can finish it in style. Kinley has been brought back. Kinley Shearing has gone for 21 runs, haven't picked up a wicket. He's bowled quite economically. And he tries to do that, but just manages to play that down the ground for another single. Now it will be that man on strike, Kevin Neeraj. We'll be waiting to see if he can finish things off in this over, because they're just one shot away. Actually 5 needed, so it has to be a maximum. Let's see how they go about it. Kevin Neeraj, 72 of 88 right now. And once again trying to place that, doesn't get the gap. 2 more deliveries remaining perhaps, but no, it's the over, end of the over. 28 overs completed, 124 with the loss of 1, and just 5 needed now. We have to wait and see who finishes this off. Divit Nanda will be on strike, while Indonesia is just 1 hit away from sealing the win. 124 for 1, chasing 128. It has been absolutely a commanding performance from the start to almost now the finish. And leading the way has been Kevin Neeraj. Is unbeaten on 72 of 90 deliveries right now. That's well bowled. Kevin Neeraj has been very calm and assured, and he's been technically very sound. He's been the architect of this chase. He's handled the pressure early, and he's guided Indonesia with absolute control. Now the dot delivery. Sona Wangchu is the bowler. Just 4 needed. Just 1 shot away. And once again, this time played down the ground. Will be a single to bring back Kevin Neeraj on strike. Three to win now. This time played it through the offside, and another single for Kevin Neeraj. And this time Divit Nanda gets another single. singles are doing the job for Indonesia here. The scores are level. They just need one to win. And this is the last ball of the over from Sonam Wangchuk. And it's that man on strike, Kavin Neeraj. The fielders have come in close. And it's that run that he wanted, but this time he couldn't get it. He will have to wait, and perhaps it will not be his luck to finish the game because he'll be off strike. Divit Nanda will be on strike, and if they get one in this over, the game will be finished. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Does he play out a maiden to allow his teammate to get the scoring runs for victory? Maybe it doesn't matter who scores them, because we all know that this man has really crafted that innings, and what a well organized chase this is. Absolute one man show. Absolutely. He's been there with the ball in hand, and now he's done a fantastic job with the bat in hand. One needed. It's Divit Nanda on strike. And Kinley is into the bowling. Trying to play that on the left side. Starts with a dot. This is just delaying the inevitable. Kinley Shering will be just hoping he can pick up a wicket here, just to feel good about it. And that will be it. With that hit, Indonesia will complete a dominant 9-wicket victory. They have chased down 128 with ease, and they've done it in just 29.2. A thoroughly professional batting performance from start to finish by Indonesia. And the star of the show has been, without a doubt, Kevin Neeraj. He finishes off with an unbeaten 72 of just 90 deliveries, 73 of just 90 deliveries, and he's anchored the innings with maturity, class, and calmness way beyond his age. He set the tone early, absorbed pressure, rotated the strike beautifully, and never let the moment get away ahead of him. A truly match-winning knock, and the one that Indonesia will remember. Credit also goes to Chatut for his resilient performance up top. He scored 13 of 68, and then Divit Nanda did not really have to do much. He scored 11 of 19 and took the team to victory. They get their first win of the tournament, and importantly, this will definitely boost their net run rate, and plenty for Bhutan to reflect on. Really, they showed fight with the bat, especially their lower order, but did not really have much runs to defend with, and the bowlers were definitely not among the wicket. Only Shazang Dawa picked up that one wicket, giving away just 16 runs. Other than that, not really much to talk about when it comes to Bhutan bowling. And thanks for staying with us. That has been a very good chase and a very interesting match at this point in this tournament. We'll be back with the presentation, but that will be it from the Combox. I'm Abra Hussain taking your leave. Hopefully, you'll join us for the next match. Thank you very much.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to the prize presentation of ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup 2025 for match 9 between Indonesia and Bhutan. With me, we have 3 candidates for the player of the match. The first name is Kaviniraj Chada with 73 runs in 90 balls. And then we have Mahendra Ajiyuda Pratama, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, and 3 wickets. And then we have Karma Wangchuk with 21 runs in 21 balls with 3 boundaries. So the choice of man of the match goes to Kaviniraj Chada from Indonesia.